Good evening. I'm Bernard Green, Chair of the Brookline Select Board, and this is the regular meeting of the Select Board for May 19, 2020. Before we go into our regular session, I'd like to move that we go into executive session for the purpose of discussing litigation matters, which as chair I declare can only be discussed in executive session in order to not compromise the litigation position of the board. All in favor? Mr. Franco?
Aye.
Ms. Heller?
Aye.
Ms. Hamilton?
Aye.
Mr. Fernandez?
Aye.
And chair votes aye. We will return to open session after our executive session.
I am on it.
Good evening. I'm Bernard Green, Chair of the Brookline Select Board, and this is the regular session of the Select Board for May 19, 2020. We have just come out of our executive session. This meeting, as all meetings during the health emergency, is being held remotely. We are using the WebEx events platform, and this meeting is being recorded. A quorum of the Select Board is participating in the meeting from their respective remote locations. So, with that, let me start off with a few comments and observations. First, some very sad news. This past Saturday, former town meeting member, town constable, and advocate for the JFK Crossing neighborhood and the local Orthodox Jewish community, and for all communities in Brookline, Stanley Rabinovich, passed away. It was not COVID-19 related, and as a result, he was able to spend his final days in the company of his loving family. Stanley was a character, as we all know, but a good character. He had that rare ability to be in disagreement with people without becoming disagreeable. He was a strong and valuable supporter of our town, especially the Department of Public Works, the Housing Authority, the police, and other town bodies, and he will be missed by all. So, later in this meeting, Mr. Kleckner will discuss the governor's business reopening procedures. This is being done in the midst of a deadly virus that may be waning in Massachusetts, but has not been defeated. How deadly the virus will be when people are out and about and targets for the virus will depend on how responsible we all are. In Brookline, we will be continuing to emphasize the critical importance of social distancing and facial covering, which we have ordered in the past. And we will work with local businesses on safe reopening processes as we have been doing during the time that the governor's essential businesses order was in effect. You, the public, also have responsibility. Use your head. Good personal hygiene is important for everyone all the time, even after the virus. And staying at home is still the best way to stop the spread of the virus, especially if you are elderly or have health issues. When you do go out, social distancing and face coverings are still an absolute necessity and, in fact, mandatory. And remember, our success in lowering the curve of the transmission of the virus is not magic, rather a persistent effort to educate the public and require people to do what we know is effective has resulted in good outcomes and will continue to result in good outcomes if we follow those requirements. Next, I'd like to read an announcement from our town arts administrator, Jillian Jackson. Due to the COVID-19 situation, Brookline Porch Fest 2020 is now #StayHomeFest. On Wednesday, May 20th, 2020 at noon, Brookline Porch Fest goes virtual. After a month of gathering videos and audio tracks from over 80 Porch Fest participants, band members, porch hosts, and friends, we are proud to roll out Stay at Home Fest. Links can be found on the brooklinearts.org or brooklineporchfest.org pages. This is the 5th Brookline Porch Fest, and while it is in the form of a split screen video this year, it shows the passion and commitment of so many in the Brookline community during unprecedented times. So that's an exciting announcement, and we all look forward to participating, not out in the street in front of people's porches and all the fun we had then, but before our TV screens with a glass of beer or a glass of wine to make it easier. And now I think Town Administrator Mr. Kleckner has a few announcements. Kleckner?
I have two announcements, Mr. Chair. Thank you. In the same vein of announcing cancellations, we will be canceling the public nature of the Memorial Day observances on Monday, this coming Monday, on Memorial Day. However, the town will be working with a small group of folks from the veterans organizations, along with our veterans administrator, to place flags on the graves and do other traditional ceremony memory of our fallen Brookline residents. And I believe we're working on some form of a program, at least maybe some of the video from the work at the cemetery, as well as perhaps an address from our chair of our select board. So more information to come, but the Memorial Day ceremony, as we typically do it in front of the town hall on the Washington Street side, will not be done this year in response to the COVID emergency. The second thing I wanted to report is actually something that I was asked by the town clerk's office to report, and that is that poll workers are needed for the election on June 9th. So just bear with me and I'll read a little bit of the notice. The town of Brookline is seeking poll workers and poll worker assistants for the 2020 annual town election on June 9th. It is an excellent opportunity to provide a service to your community and earn some money. So poll workers must be registered voters of the Commonwealth. They have to be trained in advance of their assignments. They have to be 18 years old. They will be provided with PPE, personal protective equipment, masks, gloves, shields, and there will be a lot of sanitization done on that day, of course, at the polling locations. Some of the work might be outdoors to work with the crowds or queue of lines. And obviously, you have to pass a Cori check, and you may not wear or advocate for any candidates or any campaign material on that day. There will be some meal and rest breaks, but workers should be prepared to be available the entire day from 10:30 in the morning until 8 or 9 p.m. at night. And so for more information on that, you may call the town clerk's office at 617-730-2010. That's again, 617-730-2010, or email townclerkbrooklinema.gov. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay.
Bernard, may I ask a question about that Mel,
sure.
Understandable if you don't know the answer, but you mentioned the poll workers and assistants. Are the requirements for the assistants the same in terms of being registered voters and 18 plus?
I believe so, yes.
Fair. Thank you.
Okay. Any select board members have announcements, comments, or updates?
I would like to wish fellow select board member Raul Fernandez a very happy birthday.
Happy birthday. Let's not sing, though.
Thank you, and thank you for that. I appreciate it.
Any other announcements, updates, or comments?
I'll give my usual census plug. We met this week with a man from Ray Bennett from the Census Bureau. He gave us a very enlightening presentation, and we saw maps of how we're doing. And unfortunately, I have to report to you that we're not doing as well as Newton and Cambridge.
Wow.
So our goal is to try to up those numbers, and you out there can help us. We're especially down in responses in precincts. It's not exactly contiguous, but it's a census tract of precinct 15, and also in North Brookline, the precincts of, I believe, 8 and 9. So people in those precincts, please listen up. Please go to 2020census.gov and try to get and fill out your census form there. That will help us enormously. Fairly soon, they're going to start the process of knocking on doors. So I'm sure you would rather them not do that. So you can avoid it by filling out the form. And I would urge everyone to do it as soon as they can.
Good, thank you. Very important announcement. Any other announcements?
I can go. Two
Okay.
things. One, I don't have updated numbers from the Brookline Community Foundation this week, although I hope they're coming soon. What I can say though is I've been doing a birthday fundraiser for it on Facebook, and $1,601 has been raised today alone. So thank you for that, and please continue to contribute to the Brookline Community Foundation's Safety Net Fund, which is expertly administered by the folks at the Brookline Center. Please continue to give there. The other thing I'll say is that as folks that have watched these meetings know, I've been concerned about the decisions, about the impact of the decisions that we as a board have made relative to the election, which is now on June 9th, and whether or not that's going to impact folks' ability to actually have their vote counted. And of course, my main concern is for those that are the most vulnerable and those that are the least in touch, oftentimes with our governance. So last week, town meeting member Deborah Brown and I held a call with some folks from the Brookline Housing Authority. We both had the same concerns and wanted to do something to try to mitigate these impacts. And what's come out of it with the support clerk's office and town administrator Mel Clark put us in touch with the town clerk's office there, Jeff Nutting in particular, is a plan from the BHA. The Brookline Housing Authority will be distributing ballot applications to all adults in BHA properties. They're also going to include an informative cover letter directly from the Brookline Housing Authority, as well as a stamped envelope that is returnable to the town clerk's office. And the BHA is going to cover the expenses for making that happen. So I just wanted to thank all the good folks at the Brookline Housing Authority for making that happen. I would say if you're a resident, though, in Brookline Housing Authority property right now and you want to get that ballot application, still call, still reach out. But the intent from the BHA is to get an application to you. And just a reminder that this is for everyone now, you still have until May 29th to register to vote. And that can be done very easily online. And my understanding from Mr. Nutting at the town clerk's office is you fill out that registration online, you hit send. When they are actually checking the ballot application that you'll send in later, when they're checking your name on there, they'll automatically be able to see that you're a registered voter. So that's something you can do online very easily, or you can call the town clerk's office for more information about that.
Good, thank you. Very good news. Any other updates, announcements, or comments? Okay, let's move on to public comment. Ms. Williams, do you have any public comments in the queue?
Yeah, so right before the meeting began, I got 2 emails, one from Eric Hyatt and one from Deborah Brown. So I see they're both here. I'm going to unmute Eric and make him a panelist.
Okay, Eric, are you there?
Hi, hello, hi everybody. Eric Hyatt, 1569 Beacon Street. First of all, happy birthday to Select Board Member Fernandez. I also want to remember Stanley Rabinovitz. He was my parking landlord for a brief time when I had my mom's car, and he was such a nice guy, so kind, and just a real pleasure to deal with. So I feel I was heartbroken to hear that we'd lost him this week. I'll be really brief. My comment is regarding reopening the state. I keep seeing this word reopening. Governor Baker keeps talking about reopening, and it's not my favorite word. And I'd just like us all to consider that we're in the middle of a pandemic right now. I don't think we're at the end of the pandemic. I think we're in the middle of it. So I would prefer us to think about safely navigating the pandemic, especially the impact on our schools, on small businesses, on people who need to use the MBTA. I don't feel we're anywhere near ready to use a word like reopening, despite the governor using that word. I'd like us to think more about safely navigating the pandemic and what the select board can specifically do to help mitigate the impact of it. We're right in the middle of this pandemic, and it is going to be with us for a while. So to me, the talk of reopening it's beyond premature. It ignores the problem at hand, which is to look after our most vulnerable during the crisis. That's it. That's my comment. Thank you very
Thank
much.
you. Good point. Ms. Brown, are you there?
It's taking me 1 minute to just promote and demote. So Deborah has been promoted and she is unmuted.
Okay, Ms. Brown.
My camera isn't working?
Apparently not.
Doesn't look like that you enabled the video. So once you're promoted from an attendee to a panelist, you just have one more step at the bottom of your screen. If you're on a computer or a tablet, there should be a little video camera button. And there you are.
Okay, Ms. Brown, you're on.
All righty. Thank you very much. I also wanted to give a quick shout out to Mr. Nutting and Mel Kluckner and Raul and the Brookline Housing Authority for really making what appeared at last select board meeting what looked like a voting opportunity that looked like it was going to be missed happen. People got on the phone and really did make a no become a yes. And honestly, I was very disappointed with everybody except Raul when you all weren't willing to invest, $10,000 to do a mailing to make sure that people were properly enfranchised. And I'm still concerned that there are a lot of people that may not adequately know how to submit the paperwork to vote. But I still want to say a huge shout out to Mel, to Mr. Nutting and his staff, as well as the Brookline Housing Authority for saying yes, for purposes of people in public housing, that they would do what they could do to get things done. Secondly, I want to continue to express my concerns about the lack of a clear budget process that really takes into account considering the needs of vulnerable populations. I've been talking about this for several weeks now, and I really hear the words, but I just don't see how we have adequately incorporated vulnerable populations into the budget process. I'm also, after, listening to the schools piece, reading about what went on last Friday, there's a real chasm between the budget discussions and what I'm hearing about the schools. Instead of cuts for the schools, I anticipate you're going to have to add money to the schools' budgets. And so I'm asking that select board really just exhibit that moral leadership that it takes. Are required right now because we're in the throes of a crisis, and probably the largest crisis that we're going to see in my lifetime, to make the kind of decisions that need to be made. So I'm just asking yet again that you think about the best way to do it. But it's not to just passively sit and wait for someone else to do it or wait for town meeting. So thank you.
Well, any other public comments, Ms. Williams, Devin?
At this time, I don't have any requests via chat or see any attendee with their hand raised in the attendee list. So I believe public comment is concluded.
Okay. Next, miscellaneous items. Question of approving the minutes of April 16, 2020 and May 12, 2020. Any corrections from the board? Or questions, comments? April 16 was a special Friday meeting of the board where we discussed, did we discuss? Read the minutes and don't remember. Any rate, seeing no questions or corrections, why don't we do them together? I move approval of the April 16, 2020 and May 12, 2020 Select Board meeting minutes. All in favor, Mr. Franco?
Aye.
Ms. Heller?
Aye.
Ms. Hamilton?
Aye.
Mr. Fernandez?
Aye.
Mr. Franco?
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Next, question of approving the following transfers within the appropriation for the Office of Diversity, Inclusion, and Community Relations in the amount of $2,000. Is Mr. Gelano here to present that?
Yes. Yes, this is our annual membership to GARE, Government Alliance for Racial Equity. It's naturally increased from the membership fee last year of $2,000. So basically our membership fee, annual membership fee is $5,000 a year at this point.
Okay, are we going to at some point receive a report of the activities of the town with GARE?
Yes.
Okay. Any questions from the board?
Did you say it went up from 2,000 to 5,000, or did I get that wrong?
No, you got that correct.
Wow. Okay.
By the way, happy birthday.
Thanks. Some present, Lloyd.
Yeah, I know. So it's a shocker.
Okay. Just to follow up on the chair's question, can we get a sense of when we would get that report, like timeline?
Yes, I'm actually going to writing up a report once we got a couple of things underway. The community engagement document plan, and also with the consultant. All those things should be closing fairly soon, and so we'll write up a report. And just to be sort of clear about this, that a lot of the stuff we do at GARE, we take those principles and actually incorporate into community engagement plan, as well as some of the other things, including the marijuana plan that we follow those strategies.
Right.
So, yeah.
So this summer?
Yes.
Okay. Right. Thank you.
Okay, we'll hold you to that.
Okay.
Okay. Any other questions?
I'm just wondering how the membership fee is determined. Is it based on the size of the community, the complexities? And I'm really thinking about the coming year where we know money is going to be tight. And I just want to have sort of a mental.
Yeah, it's based on a number of employees. And they were, I mean, past years, what they were doing was I only reported full-time employees. And it's basically, they're based their numbers on actual employees total, so full-time and part-time. So when they found that out, they actually bumped up the price to 5,000, which is where we should have been in the first place.
And we expect that $5,000 membership fee to be stable relatively for the next couple of years?
Yes. My concern would be if it goes any higher than that, it puts us in an area where we actually have to do bidding for the process. And so that would be my concern. And I would raise that with them as well.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, GARE in some respect is one way that the town is addressing, vulnerable populations, as Ms. Brown mentioned earlier. So I hope your report makes clear, the relevance of what GARE is doing with respect to vulnerable populations.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there are a number of things that we do in town as a matter of course that are critically important to low-income people, people with disabilities, and other vulnerable populations. And it's important that we just let people know what's really going on in our budget.
Yeah, I concur. I do think that the GARE model is focused on racial equity in particular, but there's a whole series of demographics or co-ed groups within that that you touched upon just then. That being said, I think the GARE model is sort of a community engagement process expanded beyond the scope of racial equity as well.
And I just want to clarify, I'm supportive of GARE. I just want to make sure that we know how much this is going to cost so we can carve out the money and not be $1 short and a day late.
Yeah. A good question, Ben. I mean, we always have to make sure that any program is justified and we're clear as to what its value is to the town. Okay, any other questions? Okay, I move approval of the transfer within the appropriation for the Office of Diversity, Inclusion, and Community Relations in the amount of $2,000 for the dues membership for GARE. All in favor, Mr. Franco?
Aye.
Ms. Heller?
Aye.
Ms. Hamilton?
Aye.
Mr. Fernandez?
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Next. Okay, this is a capital improvement expenditure, and I'd like Mr. Kleckner to discuss it in the context of our budget stresses. And there are certain capital improvements that maybe we can defer. There are others we can't. And then there are a third category of capital expenditures we should not defer. But I'd like to at least have some discussion of that with respect to this question of approving contract number PW 20-19 Walnut Hill Cemetery, Beach Avenue roadway and drainage improvements with LaRusso Corporation of Plainville, Massachusetts in the amount of $82,260. Is Ms. Galentine going to speak on that?
Yes, I'm here. Good evening.
Here. Okay, good evening. So my question is directed to you.
Okay. All right. Sounds good. Good evening, Erin Galentine, Director of Parks and Open Space. So what you have before you is for award and execute of a small contract with LaRusso Corporation, certainly not insignificant to your point, $82,260. This is for full depth reclamation and some drainage improvements within the Walnut Hills Cemetery roadway. So this funding specifically is coming from a cemetery trust fund. And the Walnut Hills Cemetery trustees and I have developed a rating of the road system within the cemetery. There's a total of about $700,000 worth of road repairs within the cemetery. And we have a plan to repair that over time. This particular appropriation from the trust was approved in 3 votes by town meeting in May of 13, 14, and 15, and was for the first 2 phases of improvements. The first one has been completed. That was the cemetery entrance and parking. And this phase is in the rear of the cemetery, where we're looking to address some significant cracks and failures in the roadway, some sinking around the catch basin structures and drainage problems where we have, we're looking to address complaints from our neighbors and abutters and Baker Circle with drainage that is currently going on their property because of failing structures. So that's all part of this project. The Cemetery Expendable Trust, the funds within that trust are 50% from the sale of lots and 100% for our services.
Good. So these are restricted funds. We couldn't use them for anything else.
They're restricted funds, and the vote was specifically for, they're restricted funds for the cemetery, and the vote was specifically for roadway improvements at the cemetery.
Thank you. Any other questions? I'm sorry, Ms. Heller?
Were these funds, is this amount going to be bonded, or is it just going to be paid out in cash?
It is paid out in cash. It's available.
Okay, great.
And so when we go to town meeting, at least this has been our practice in the past, there's a little bit that is sort of accrues each year, and we prioritize projects and we let it gain over a few years, and then we'll bring a certain amount of money to town meeting for a vote once we have it in hand to spend. So it is available.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions?
Yes. Just following up, Bernard, on your opening about just process looking forward, because I think generally speaking, in my experience so far, these come before us. We assume that these are important things that need to be done, and we say go for it. Because of the situation we're in now, can we expect maybe either a greater level of detail or maybe more qualification, as in this is a must do now, should do, recommended do, or it can wait, or should we just expect that the it can waits aren't even going to come before us at all?
The it can waits are not even going to come before you at all, honestly. I mean, this work itself is 3 years overdue, and we have a lot more to come. So portions of the roadway are falling apart, and
I'm not asking specific. This seems clear to me. This one seems clear to me. But just this is the opportunity to ask that larger process question about all the requests that come before us.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Chair, perhaps I could just speak a little bit about that. You alluded to the fact that we will have a budget discussion a little later on this evening, and one of the things we'll talk about are measures, potential measures, to try to work ourselves or mitigate the hole we find ourselves in, and we find ourselves in a fairly significant budget hole, which I'll talk about later. In this case, I did talk to Aaron, of course, and the commissioner, and determined that these were restricted funds. If they were not, I think we would have a different conversation this evening. We do plan on having conversations. Maybe they won't even get to your table because we'll have already administratively put them on hold. But frankly, I think we would let you know about those. So I would be prepared for any smaller projects. Now, tonight we're going to be dealing with the high school. We're in the middle of the high school, so we're not stopping that project or some of our larger projects. But any of these standalone projects, especially those that are funded through cash, you will definitely have a lot more robust discussion about those.
Yeah, right. And of course, the high school and Driscoll are bond finance, so it's not as if there's any money that could be diverted from that.
Well, we do. I believe that both of those projects are debt exclusion as well. So
Yeah,
it's not even if they went away, there's nothing we could do. They would just disappear.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions?
I just, it's maybe a little bit of a nitpicky question, but my understanding is there's two different trust funds related to the cemetery. One is related to perpetual care, and one is related to the sale of lots. Which pot of money is this coming out of? The $500,000 or the roughly $200,000?
So this is coming from the roughly $200,000.
Okay.
Well, actually, the $500,000 account. Sorry.
Okay.
So just briefly, there's a non-expendable, and half of the sale of lots go into the non-expendable.
Okay.
The interest from that, the non-expendable, goes into the smaller perpetual care account. And then the actual revenue fund is the one where we look to larger capital projects. And that's the case for this one.
Got it. Thank you for the clarification
Sure.
and indulging me.
Always an important question, even if they're nitpicking. Okay, I move approval of contract number PW 20-19, Walnut Hill Cemetery, Beach Avenue roadway and drainage improvements with LaRusso Corporation of Plainville, Massachusetts in the amount of $82,260. All in favor, Mr. Franco?
Aye.
Ms. Heller?
Aye.
Ms. Hamilton?
Aye.
Mr. Fernandez?
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Thank you, Ms.
Thank
Gallen.
you. You all look well. Take care.
At least from the top up. Okay. Next, item 5D. And these are high school and Driscoll projects, change orders. Mr. Masick here is here to explain them in greater detail than just reading the items. But the first one is question of approving the following change order for the Brookline High School expansion, GMP 17 R1/CO number 5, whatever that means, for Skanska USA Building Inc. in the amount of $3,509. I'm sorry, $3,509,209. Masick.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. CO number 5 means change order number 5. So that's the second item.
Could you turn your mic up a little bit?
I think I have my mic up. Can you hear me now?
Very softly. We'll just listen more carefully.
I'm gonna put my mic up some more. How's that?
That's much better. Thank you.
Okay, sorry. That's change order number 5 for 16 items in the amount of $218,483. Those are for 16 change orders. The more difficult one, and I'll have a much longer explanation, is what's called partial guaranteed maximum price, item 17. Now that consists of 3 items, and the building commission took a very hard stance to this last month and asked Skanska to go away and rejected it and come back with a more tuned award approach for 3 items. They did not want to do any more full awards unless they were schedule sensitive. So 8 of the items we're asking for a partial award. They weren't schedule sensitive, but we needed to do the check drawings, so we needed to do a partial award. 2 items are for full award, and those are very schedule sensitive. And the last is what's called partial general conditions. That's so we can pay the staff on site. And that's based on a % of contract, so it's not the full amount they were asking for. So last month, they wanted 10 items to be full awards, and the building commission said no. And they came back with 8 partial awards and 2 full awards. And that's where we are tonight. And that's for $3,290,726. Now, for the partial awards, they didn't want to really go through with that, but the final GMP has been the guaranteed maximum price. We're still in negotiations with the building commission. It's slow, but we're going to negotiate a fair and reasonable price to the town, and that's our intent.
Okay, anything else? Any questions from the board? Any questions from the board? Fairly significant project.
So for these partial awards, is there any merit in us holding off until the building commission settles on, works out the issues with Skanska, or do we need to go ahead and do the partial awards?
We do
without
need
the
to
schedule?
do the partial awards. The partial awards is really just to keep the project moving. It's really just for what we call shop drawings and submittals, just so the vendors can keep the paperwork part of the project moving, and they can, once the submittals are done, we're hopeful we'll have an approved guaranteed maximum price and not have 18, 19, 20. I can speak on behalf of the building commission. They're not happy about this at all.
So are we deferring 18, 19, and 20? Is that what you're saying?
No, we don't. The last one will be 18, which will be the final guaranteed maximum price. We've been coming to you in bits and pieces, and that was never our intent. When you do a guaranteed maximum price with a construction manager, usually right after what you do is the file subtrades, the GMP will come in, and you won't do it in these bits and pieces. And they've told Skanska, the construction manager, they're none too happy about this at this time.
Any other questions? Okay, I move approval of the following change order for the Brookline High School expansion. GMP, guaranteed maximum price 17. And the other one are 1/CO number 5. I assume that's change order for Skanska USA Building Inc. in the amount of total of $3,509,209. All in favor, Mr. Franco?
Aye.
Ms. Heller?
Jeremy,
Hamilton?
aye.
Oh, okay. Ms. Hamilton?
Aye.
Mr. Fernandez?
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Next, Mr. Masick, another item. Question of approving contract amendment for the Brookline High School expansion, William Ron Associates, amendment number 16, for additional MBTA survey design services in the amount of $69,097. Tell us about that.
There are two items, Mr. Chairman, regarding the MBTA platform. There was a duck bank relocation. There was the overhead catenaries are on a foundation, and we needed to redesign the foundation, which then ties back into the platform. And due to this coordination, there's some additional design services required for that item with the station. And then item 3 has to do with an as-built field survey regarding our easement with the MBTA.
Okay, any questions from the board? I think this is the one that you gave us a ton of information, like 200 or so pages, or is that the first one?
That was the first one, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, okay. So any questions?
Are we coming to the end of the need to coordinate with the MBTA on the platform reconstruction? I know that there's some coordination that's required or continues to be required to get the foundation up and to do the actual construction of the building. But just wondering where we are with the platform design and construction.
I really hope this is the last of the MBTA coordination from a design standpoint, and that we move ahead with real construction, which we, as you can tell, what I call the overhead line supports, the new ones to support the building are in, and you're starting to see the building next to the tracks, the foundations are starting to go in as well.
Good. Any other questions? I move approval of the contract amendment for the Brookline High School expansion, William Ron Associates, amendment number 16 for additional MBTA survey design services in the amount of $69,097. All in favor, Mr. Franco?
Aye.
Ms. Heller?
Aye.
Ms. Hamilton?
Aye.
Mr. Fernandez?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Finally, with Mr. Masick, question of approving an amendment for the Brookline High School expansion with Hill International for additional utility expediter services in the amount of $45,000. Mr. Masick, in this one.
When you work with Eversource and National Grid, it's I've learned is when you have a utility expediter, they know people in the trenches, and having that information is very useful. So when we discuss information with the management, they get information, let's say, from the operations group, and they'll bring that information up to us so that we can get better information from the managers. And we had, I think, 14 work orders with Eversource, so that proved very useful. And we have 2 major work orders left. And if none of this money's spent, it's not spent. We're going to see how Eversource said at your rental location meeting for the permanent power for the high school project that it would start June 1st. And we're using our expediter to again talk with the operations group and see if they're ready to go. And if not, we will then talk with the management team and says, when are you starting? And and that's how we use the utility expediter.
Any questions? Okay, I move approval of the following amendment for the Brookline High School expansion with Hill International for additional utility expediter services in the amount of $45,000. All in favor, Mr. Franco?
Aye.
Ms. Heller?
Aye.
Ms. Hamilton?
Aye.
Mr. Fernandez?
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Thank you. You're still up, though, Mr. Masek, for the Driscoll project.
Unless Tony's here.
Pardon me?
Mr.
Oh, Tony
Quigley?
Quigley is going to do that?
Tony is here.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sorry, you're dismissed. Question number 6. Okay. Question of approving contract amendment number 6 for the Michael Driscoll School project with Jonathan Levy, architects for hydrant in the amount of $1,375. Mr. Quigley.
Good evening, Tony Quigley from the Brookline Building Department. The item before you is, as you stated, contract amendment number 6 in the amount of $1,375 for a hydrant flow test. And what this is to inform the design to determine the available water pressure on Washington Street to determine whether or not a fire pump will be needed for the fire suppression system. So we suspect that there is enough pressure, but we have to do the test.
Great. Okay, any questions? Okay, then I move approval of contract amendment number 6 for the Michael Driscoll School project with Jonathan Levy Architects for hydrant flow tests in the amount of $1,375. All in favor? Mr. Franco?
Aye.
Ms. Heller?
Aye.
Ms. Hamilton?
Aye.
Mr. Fernandez?
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Thank you. And I think you're on to the next one. Question of approving the construction contract for construction manager at risk services for the Michael Driscoll School in the amount of $180,000. Mr. Quigley.
Yes, this is to retain the services of Gilbane Building Company to provide pre-construction services for approximately 8 months in the amount of $180,000. This comes after the selection process, which is very prescriptive, and Gilbane was the top-ranked firm. The contract in question has already been approved by the Building Commission, and assuming we get a good GMP later on, we would proceed into construction sometime later this year.
Right. Any questions?
This is Mel Kleckner. Tony, could I ask you a question? So even though this is an early phase of construction, whatever you call it, construction manager at risk, this is the vote that would assign this contractor to this project for the duration, assuming that the project goes forward with funding and so on. Is that correct?
Yes, barring anything unforeseen, but that would be the idea, that Gilbane would carry this through construction and occupancy. Yes.
Yeah. So I just wanted to be clear. This is not a vote to authorize them just for 180,000. I mean, this is the vote to do that, but this obligates the town to hire Gilbane based on the contract.
So what does $180,000 refer to?
The $180,000 is for pre-construction services. And there was an extended discussion at the Building Commission meeting that that's all they wanted to go for right now was for pre-construction. And, later on, once we finalize design and buy out the project, then we would be back here presumably with GMP's guaranteed maximum price, probably at least one or two initial ones, and then for the final GMP sometime in the spring. But that's the plan.
Okay, so I guess in a certain sense we are committing ourselves to Gilbane, but this is just technically committing to the pre-construction services, right?
That's all we're committing to right now is pre-construction.
Okay. Any other questions?
Just against that context that we're committing ourselves to Gilbane, and I know this, that the building committee interviewed a number of firms and selected Gilbane, but have we worked with Gilbane on a major project before?
No, not in construction. Gilbane served as the owner's project manager, more or less, for the high school approximately 20 years ago. So in that sense, we have worked with them.
Yes.
But as a construction company, no, we haven't worked with them. And as a practical matter, if everything goes well, yes, we would continue with Gilbane right through construction. But right now, the plan is, if you vote this tonight, it is just for pre-construction services.
And if I could just jump in, there were a couple of reasons why Gilbane kind of stood out from the other firms. And one of those reasons, on top of having an impeccable team and a portfolio that really showed that they could do this kind of tight site, they had a pre-existing tight relationship with Jonathan Levy Architects. So they were hoping to find efficiencies because they know how to work with the architect.
I'll just say that I was on the committee that oversaw the late 1900s renovation, which Gilbane was, in essence, the outside project manager, and they did a very, very good job. So we were happy with their performance.
As a graduate of the renovated high school, I can tell you that they did do a good job. And it was not the late 1900s; it was the early 2000s.
1990s. It was the 1990s. I'm sorry, getting my decades mixed up.
Okay. Okay. Any other questions or comments? So I move approval of the construction contract for construction manager at risk services for the Michael Driscoll School, pre-construction contract in the amount of $180,000. All in favor, Mr. Franco?
Aye.
Ms. Heller?
Aye.
Ms. Hamilton?
Aye.
Mr. Fernandez?
Aye.
And chair votes aye.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Next, we have an interview, our first virtual interview for a committee, the Cannabis Mitigation Advisory Committee. And our interviewee is Colleen Reynolds. Is she set up?
Yes, hello.
Hello.
I don't have very good light, so I apologize for that.
Pardon me?
Just commenting on my poor lighting here.
It's excellent. We can see you.
Excellent.
Okay, so give us some explanation why you want to be on this committee and what you can offer to it.
Okay, my name is Colleen Reynolds. I live in Coolidge Corner, and I'm an epidemiologist. About 2 months ago, I don't think anyone would really know what that is, but I'm sure a lot of you realize now that epidemiologists are public health methodologists that are all about understanding data and understanding the causes, distributions, and determinants of human health and illness. And so from that set of training, I will bring to the mitigation committee an ability to really consume evidence and data and critically evaluate what we're dealing with and make evidence-based recommendations.
You're cutting off. Devin, I think she's muted.
No, it's not any longer.
About that.
Okay.
I also have training and experience in adolescent health, which is one of the reasons I'm particularly interested in this committee. I'm interested in preventing adolescent uptake of cannabis use and ensuring that we are adopting a harm reduction approach with our youth and our young adults in Brookline. So that's a bit about me. Do you have any specific questions about my skills and experience?
Well, I would just have one question regarding your background as an epidemiologist.
Yes.
Give me an understanding of what type of data you would be looking at and what you would do with that data on this committee.
Yeah. So I think in this committee, it'll be a little bit different than the data I normally work with, which is population-based studies and cohorts. But I do think we probably are bringing in data in a variety of forms, whether it is about increased police activity or costs in the area around the facilities, or we can pull in existing literature from around the country about what other communities have done to address the impact of legalized marijuana in their communities. There are some evaluations of projects like that that we could also talk about. So that's really what I would want to try and bring in.
Any other questions from the board?
If I
Yes, Ms. Hamilton.
You said harm reduction. What does that look like? Can you illustrate communities that have put something like that in place and how they were able to measure its success?
Yes, so harm reduction is something that's pretty central to public health. And in terms of cannabis specifically, that would be acknowledging that people are going to use cannabis and trying to reduce the harm to them and to the community when they do use it. So, for example, that might be educating communities about, or users of cannabis about driving under the influence. I think some people erroneously believe that it's a lot safer than driving under the influence of alcohol, but no one should be driving under the influence of any substance. It would also be talking to individuals about concurrent use of multiple drugs, which can have its own other set of risks.
Any other questions?
I would like to ask, you don't live, I understand you don't live in the village, you live in the Coolidge Corner area. But have you had any experience with, have you, as a pedestrian or as a person who's visited the village, have you had any experience with the kinds of issues that have been talked about as being related to the recreational use of marijuana in the village?
I often walk through the village on my way to and from work, and I know that there have been several issues that have been brought up, including increased pedestrian traffic, long lines of people going there, people parking where they shouldn't, public urination, public consumption, which I think are all very valid concerns that we should be addressing to make sure that people who live in the area feel like it is still the community that they wanted to live in when they moved there.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Yes, please. I just want to, if you can talk about any experience you have engaging in racial equity work and how you might bring that to this work.
Yes, so some of my research is actually on health disparities, including health disparities faced by racial ethnic minorities. I think in the area of cannabis use in our communities, the most clear connection I see is around the over-policing of minority communities. And we would want to make sure, from my perspective, we would want to make sure that our approach is not one that's punitive or focusing on arresting or incarcerating individuals, but rather providing positive supports that help all members of our community.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Any other questions?
I just want to bring it back to the adolescent conversation about prevention of cannabis abuse or perhaps even use of cannabis. I assume you're familiar with some of the ongoing efforts, both at the high school and in the public health department, to minimize, if not eliminate, the inappropriate use of cannabis. So, curious about where you think a value add might be to supplement that existing work as opposed to new creation of programming.
I think that that's something I would need to spend more time thinking about and going over the details of what we're doing now before I could give you a really detailed proposal. But I can get back to you on that.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, so I've asked Ms. Heller and Ms. Hamilton to quarterback the selection or presenting of committee selections to the select board for our vote. Hopefully we'll be able to do that shortly after recreational cannabis is opened, which is next Tuesday here in Brookline. At that point, we'll be able to get back to all the candidates with the decision of the select board with respect to this committee. So thank you for coming before us and for your thoughts.
Thank you.
Okay, next. Vote on the following warrant articles for the 2020 annual town meeting, which is now going to be in June. Articles 9 through 15, Newberry College land use and land acquisition. What I'd like to do is to deal with these basically in the way that the town meeting is going to deal with them. First of all, discussion of Articles 9 through 12. And I guess we'll have separate votes on each one of those articles. And then a discussion of Article 13, because that has created a lot of, or caused a lot of chatter in town. And, people may want to discuss that a little more. I'd also, as you know, I've asked select board members to be ready, if they want, to present, their views with respect to Article 13, just for the record, in lieu of any really detailed discussion by the public, which we had last week at the hearing. So to begin, I think Mr. Panic is available to present these articles, starting with Article 9 through 12. Mr. Panic on the...
Yep, I just promoted him. So
okay.
Just 1 second.
And I see Jennifer Gilbert is here. And there are probably other people available if people have questions.
Yes, I am. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. So, Mr. Panic.
Bernard, do you feel comfortable? Do you feel comfortable going through the articles while I work with Victor offline to just?
Sure. Okay. Let me find my notes here. Okay. So Articles 9 to 12 include, and I don't have my warrant here with me, but provides for the establishment of a Fisher Hill Special Overlay District to allow Welltower Inc., which is a senior housing developer, to develop a senior living community on a portion of the property, which would be what we call the east side of the property on Fisher Avenue. So we have zoning. Let's see. Have zoning, overlay district, acceptance of restrictive covenant, authorization of the select board to enter into a memorandum of agreement, which we've discussed in the past, acceptance of an easement protecting trees along Fisher Avenue. Those are 9 through 12. Ms. Gilbert, would you like to give some further insights?
I'm happy to answer any questions that the board has. I know you had your hearing and joint hearing with the planning board. I could give a little bit of an update. Tomorrow morning, we're having a call with the Green Caucus, several members of the Green Caucus, to discuss the sustainability items. I'm looking forward to that, and I have my whole team available for that call in the morning. So more to come on that. And then with respect to the Preservation Commission, I want to let everybody know that we are scheduled to present where we are with the schematic design to the Preservation Commission, because they have to weigh in on the design for two reasons. First of all, it's not in a historic district per se, but it is an area that is eligible for the National Register. So the Preservation Commission has two aspects to weigh in on. One, it's a major impact project, so they will be participating in the design review. And also, Welltower will be asking to lift the stay on the several buildings on the east parcel, excluding, of course, the Mitten House, which will be maintained and made a part of the overall project. So that's on May 27th. They'll be having a virtual hearing. So just wanted to let everybody know that. But as far as digging into the zoning and Articles 9 through 12, I'm happy to answer any questions that folks may have.
No, the update was what was most needed.
Thank you.
Okay. Any questions from the select board? Is Mr. Panic online yet?
I'm not sure what happened there, Mr. Chair. This is Mel Kleckner, but let me say that there is a slide in the presentation that you have that talks about the Newbury warrant article decision process. It talks about these three groupings of articles, and I'm trying to get that up so you can review that. But I think that's what Mr. Panic was prepared to just run through that one slide. So trying to get that up for you guys. But clearly, warrant articles 9 through 12 are the first group. If those fail, if those articles fail, then we won't even move forward. So these are the key articles, at least to begin with.
And if they fail, the developer, of course, is going to, as you know, we expect him to sell the property to another buyer. And what happens next, we don't know. So, is there anything regarding zoning in particular that we should focus on? And the restrictive covenant is fairly straightforward. We've been through the MOU, a lot in there. Board members have any questions regarding the MOU that maybe Ms. Gilbert can answer?
Just speaking for myself, I feel like we've been talking about this project for some months. I feel like it's gone through a robust process, and my lack of questions isn't a lack of engagement with this topic. I've sat through innumerable meetings, and I feel like I know it pretty well, backwards and forwards.
Okay, are you ready to vote?
Let me just give you one relatively new piece of information, which is that the Fisher Hill Association had its annual meeting on Sunday, 2 days ago, and voted a very strong majority in favor of the East Side proposal. So I just wanted you to know that it appears that the majority of the neighborhood is in support of this project.
Right.
I think that's great to hear, and to echo Mr. Franco's comments. For anyone that's just tuning in, we've been through multiple presentations, and some of us have also watched advisory committee meetings and other meetings on this as well. So I'm certainly ready.
And just for the record, the zoning bylaw review committee also took up this suite of articles last week, and I think it's fair to say made a recommendation to the planning board that these articles were in an appropriate form and didn't really have any substantive proposed changes or comments.
Okay, I move approval then of, can we do the 4 of them together?
You should.
Okay, I move approval of, I'm sorry, favorable action on warrant articles 9, warrant article 10, warrant article 11, and warrant article 12. All in favor, Mr. Franco?
Aye.
Ms. Heller?
Aye.
Ms. Hamilton?
Aye.
Mr. Fernandez?
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Okay, is Mr. Panic back again? So is Roger Blood on the call?
I don't see him, but let me just, this is the decision 2, warrant article 13. So right now, the well tower, article 13 is well tower provides 18 affordable units on Fisher Hill adjacent to the development project. If that fails, then already built into the agreement is that well tower would contribute funding for an alternative housing, affordable housing that would be built by the Brookline Housing Authority in Coolidge Corner. So that's warrant article 13.
All right. Okay, first I'd like to ask the select board if they have any questions, brief questions of anyone who's on our line. And I believe Ms. Gilbert's on the line. I believe Mr. Hyken is on the line, and I believe Mr. Dobert is on the line. Is that correct? Any questions? So as I mentioned, I'd like to give select board members an opportunity to just state their position. We've already discussed this a lot, including at last week's meeting with the planning board and the school committee. So if anyone would like to, state, what their position or thinking on warrant article 13 is, this is your opportunity.
Can I just ask a clarifying question before we get into comments? It's my understanding that the advisory committee voted, I think unanimously against 13. Is that accurate?
That's Jennifer. Yes, that's accurate. There was one abstention. I believe it was 2701.
And the implications of that vote is it's a recommendation to devote the funding to the housing authority as opposed to build the affordable units on Fisher Hill.
Correct. And a no on 13 means the automatic trigger as set forth in the MOA is the cash payment to the housing trust earmarked to the Brookline Housing Authority.
Okay, any other questions? Anyone want to state their position with respect to warrant article 13?
I certainly do.
Okay, Ms. Howell.
So this was a very great effort by especially Roger Blood and Paul Sainer, who was involved in figuring out how we would make the inclusionary zoning happen. One of the preferences of the bylaw is, the second preference is that the units be as near as possible to the project itself. In this instance, it was not feasible to put the units in the project. So we have a unique opportunity here to put some affordable home ownership project at 125 Holland. We have very little of that in the town. We actually have very little affordable housing in the Fisher Hill neighborhood or precinct 14. And I believe the position of Steve Hyken, who was chair of the planning board and was a member of the Newbury Zoning Committee, who analyzed this, and he's also a member of the HAB, by the way, and said, we can do both. And these are both categories of housing that is very, very necessary. The reason we can do both is because we could do the Holland Road site now, and very soon, within the next couple of years. And Colonel Floyd has been on the Housing Authority schedule for some time, and they still do not have all their funding lined up. It will take them longer to get that project off the ground. In the meantime, there will be other opportunities for cash payments to the Housing Trust Fund from other developments in Coolidge Corner or elsewhere in the town. And so I believe, and we don't know what will happen with the land trust and the other items that are subject to state legislative action. So we can't really, but I believe that there will be in the next number of years a lot of development in Coolidge Corner. And we could target money from inclusionary zoning to the Colonel Floyd project. So I believe we're losing a very important opportunity to put housing in an area, affordable housing, where there is not very little. And while on the other hand, Colonel Floyd, there is a lot of affordable housing in Precinct 7 and in around Coolidge Corner. We really want, I believe, to have a range of affordable housing. We don't want I don't believe we want to have a community that is only available to the very well-to-do and the very poor. I mean, we want to have a range of opportunities, because people who are in the affordable housing but more moderate category need housing just as much as anybody. And this is a unique opportunity. In addition, I think that Colonel Floyd, right now, the project would take Section 8 vouchers and allocate them to there are 40 of them, allocate them to this project. So in essence, it means that we're really only creating at the Colonel Floyd 10 new projects, new units, versus the 18 at Holland Road. So I'm very much in favor of it. I think I know I may be bucking the tide here, but I do think that if we analyze it and look at it on a longer term basis, we can have both. And I think that's very important.
Any other select board member?
So,
Ms. Hamilton?
yes, there are two things that I just can't really move past to get fully on board with this. The biggest thing for me is the fact that they are primarily 1-bedroom condos, and I am just worried that it is not the type of housing that we need. We really need workforce housing, and we have no way to predict who will get those condos because it's a lottery system. And if they were to ever become income ineligible after acquiring them, we really have no recourse. Yes, they can't turn around and sell it for a profit, but I'm just worried about unintended consequences. The other thing that I see are two sides of the same coin is with the Floyd apartments, they are closer to transit, which is important for me. Any housing, I think, needs transit access so that people are not incentivized to get single occupant vehicles. And I see this as more bang for our buck. We get more units for the same number of dollars.
Thank you. Any other comments?
Sure.
the output. Okay, Mr. Fernandez.
Okay, I'll go ahead. Yeah, I mean, I'll be brief because I had a bite at this last week, and you know, I'll say I think the good thing that we have going on here, and so folks understand, is there's a yes and there's a no that we're voting, but the answer is yes in both cases. It's yes for affordable housing in both cases. The question is, in what form do we want that affordable housing to take? And so, so voting no on this is not being against affordable housing. It's just being against a different form of it. What I'll say is that, yeah, I think that the Colonel Floyd option does the most good for the most people. Beyond that, we've got the Brookline Housing Authority, which has, as far as I can tell, a phenomenal track record of being efficient with the funds that they get. Building quality housing. You can see some of the recent projects, and then doing everything in their power to make sure to maintain that housing for folks as well. On the other side of the coin, we have these affordable condos, of which I've mentioned last week. There are 153 units out there right now. And this is an amazing thing. This is the opportunity at a very subsidized rate to be able to buy a home, an apartment though it may be, but a home in Brookline, which is an amazing opportunity. But the issues here are that we've had 153 cracks at this, and in terms of the racial breakdown, there are only 5 residents or families living in those 153. Now, I've heard before, well, that's great, vote for it, and we can fix that. It doesn't work like that. I think what we need to do is we need to incorporate this idea of affordable home ownership into our plan going forward, into our housing production plan, into our master plan going forward, and figure out how we can develop, potentially on the west side of Newbury, for instance, community-owned, permanently affordable housing. That is what we need to do. The idea of taking these one-off opportunities when they come our way and using that to build permanently affordable housing is simply insufficient for what this community, I think, needs. So I'm very much in favor of this model. I just don't think that doing it in this one-off basis is the right way. I don't think we've figured out how to make sure that these homes are available to the folks who need it most. I talked last week about intergenerational wealth and the well-known statistics about the average white family having a wealth of $247,000, and the average Black family in Boston having a wealth of $8, literally the number $8. We need to do more here. We need to actually have a plan, and we don't have a plan. So that's something we need to work on before I think we can start investing more in this model. We need to figure out what the model actually should be. And that said, I'm really excited to support. I think if we can get Mr. Dober on, I think he can address the issue of the vouchers and clear that up for us. But this is the units that we're getting out of this, the 100 units. Now we're rehabbing 60 units, and also including 40 new units for people. And these are for seniors in our community. That's something that I think a lot of folks in our community can get behind. So ultimately, this is a recommendation that we're making to town meeting as a select board, and town meeting will make the final decision. But certainly, my recommendation, is along with the advisory committee and many others, is to support the Colonel Floyd project.
Thank you, Mr. Franco. Do you have anything to add?
I can offer some thoughts. I didn't know if we wanted to hear from Mr. Dober about the voucher issue.
No, I don't want to get into a debate. We've had that discussion at our previous meeting last week. I think everyone basically knows where they stand, and
I do think it's important to clarify and correct information. And I think
then we have to allow Mr. Hyken on to support his position. And that's not what we should be doing right now, because we've had the hearing, and we need to just go forward.
All right. Well, I'll just offer my thoughts, and then we can figure out who we want to hear from after me. So I agree with a couple of things that Mr. Fernandez said that Raul brought up. First, that this is a win-win, no matter how we vote and ultimately how town meeting votes. We're talking about the creation of more affordable housing, which is always a good thing. The second thing I want to echo Raul on is the potential for acquisition, purchase of a unit to be transformational and frankly life-changing for folks. And I think anytime we see that opportunity present itself, we have to take it seriously. I also think that the Colonel Floyd project is really appealing for a number of reasons. One, there's a parallel here between the creation of the senior development on Fisher Hill and the improvement, the transformation, frankly, of some senior and disabled units, one of our existing housing authority developments that really needs some modernization and some tender loving care. And the ability to leverage a senior project to help additional seniors is really appealing to me. I will close by saying I think that we need to going forward move beyond just seeing the housing authority as the only viable option for affordable housing. I am comfortable in this case voting to have the contribution go to the Housing Trust Fund ultimately for use by the Housing Authority at the Colonel Floyd Apartments. But I certainly hope next time we're going to be able to create some affordable housing on our own without the partnership and the support from the Brookline Housing Authority, because we really need to work on the creation of affordable housing independent and figure out a way that we can get more folks, have a more diverse community. If we simply keep going back to the housing authority, we're self-limiting ourselves in our ability to create units and, frankly, the number of people that we can help and welcome into our already vibrant community.
Thank you. Let me give my 2 cents. I plan to vote in favor of warrant Article 13. I think it provides a good start for something that is very important in this town, and that is workforce housing. Not perfect. 1 bedroom may be a young teacher who doesn't have a spouse or children, or maybe a couple, but that still makes the point that we are a community that's going to provide opportunities for the whole range of the income spectrum, not just the rich and poor, but that middle income group that is critical for creating a sustainable community. And looking at the issue of sustainability long term, I think we do need a plan. I think the plan has to address the issue of what the Colonel Floyd proposal does. I mean, it does a lot of good things, but one thing it also does is it concentrates lower income senior housing in a small area that has, within 2 blocks, the Kickham building, apartments, and the Sussman House on Park Street. I think that it's not sustainable to have, as a policy, it seems, the concentration of senior low-income housing in one area. And if you look at where our residents who live in poverty are located, we have concentrated the poor in Brookline in certain small areas in North Brookline. And we can't do that to maintain a sustainable community long term. Sure, the Colonel Floyd apartments are currently there and will be there no matter what we do. And we probably will renovate and update them. But I think it's important to make the statement that we are looking to expand affordability throughout the town, and particularly with respect to workforce type housing. I did some research into the census numbers, and one thing that was shocking was that we are concentrating people living in poverty in 3 census tracts that have between 18 and 22% of the population living in poverty, according to the Community Foundation report on poverty. Now, whatever you think about the Colonel Floyd proposal, I think we have to think about whether that type of concentration of low-income population is sustainable over the long term, and whether it really is addressing all of our desires to have an integrated community, both racially but also economically. So, you know, the issue of that Mr. Fernandez brings up of out of 153 owner-occupied units, there are only 5 with Black families in them. I think that's a very important issue. Maybe it wasn't a priority for previous boards or previous staff people or developers, but we have an opportunity to make it a priority in terms of making sure that the marketing of these apartments are not just to your usual friends and relatives, or the usual friends and relatives of whoever, but is done in a way that attracts a diversity of people to be part of the lottery, so that we have diversity in the ownership of these buildings. And that is, in Fisher Hill, is an area where we need more diversity. So, you know, that's, you know, the way I'm thinking about it, not just in terms of, you know, Warrant Article 13 versus Colonel Floyd, but, you know, let's think about the issue of what we're doing long term in terms of concentrating people with lower incomes in certain limited parts of Brookline, and in effect excluding them from large swaths of Brookline, particularly South Brookline, but not only South Brookline. But so those are my thoughts. With that, everyone has had a chance to make their statement. For the record, I'd like to move favorable action on Warrant Article 13. All in favor, Mr. Franco?
No.
Ms. Heller?
Aye.
Ms. Hamilton?
No.
Mr. Fernandez?
No.
And chair votes aye. So it's 3-2 opposition to Warrant Article 13. Thank you. Next, is Victor Panic on the line yet?
I'm here.
Okay.
Chair, just before we move on, if at some future point, I think it would be important for folks to truly understand the Section 8 voucher process and how that works with the place-based. And I just think that it's really important that people actually know how that works. So if we can't do it now, that's fine. But I think that there should be an opportunity to clarify that at some future day.
Okay.
This is Mel. I'm sorry about the confusion with Victor, but Devin, could you just post that slide, and then Victor can just review this? I don't think we want any detailed review, Victor, but just the articles that are being taken up in the order in which they are. So, Devin, could you post that up?
And let me say, with respect to Mr. Fernandez's comment, I think that that's a good idea. I think that it will be discussed ad nauseum at town meeting. So, you know, just make sure that, you know, the answer that you think should be given to that issue is part of the discussion. I'm sure it will be. Okay, Mr. Panic.
Good evening. So I can't talk too much about Article 15 because I didn't work on it so much, but it's essentially the article that would authorize the acquisition of the west side of the former Newberry College campus. Article 14 would create the overlay zoning district on the west side of the campus that would allow for additional municipal uses than those that are already allowed on that property. So Article 14 would allow specifically and importantly one additional municipal use, that of municipal offices and associated support services. And the purpose of adding that overlay zoning district to that property is to allow the anticipated short-term use of the property if the town were to purchase it, which is the building department's use of the existing building for their workshop space, which is currently at forgot the
Lars
name of the
Anderson.
park.
Yeah.
Correct, Lars Anderson Park. Yeah. We would also use other portions of the academic building for meeting space and other office space needed by other town departments.
And that's the short-term use, and long-term, we'll go through a process whereby we bring all stakeholders together to figure out what is the appropriate and best use for this land.
Correct, and I'll also add that the overlay zoning district proposed by Article 14 really is aimed just at the short-term use. It may accommodate whatever long-term use the town decides for that west side, but it wasn't drafted necessarily to capture all possibilities in that sense.
Yeah. So let me ask this. I'm not in favor of this. Let me just say to begin. But if we were to use the property solely for housing, affordable housing, workforce housing, whatever, would we need to rezone, or would the underlying zoning come forward?
It depends how you go about putting the housing on that property, but the underlying zoning, which is single family, is not on its face suited for any sort of large scale housing development.
So other than single family housing, we would need to rezone for whatever.
I mean, you could do as a 40B, but otherwise, yes, you have to rezone
Yeah.
it.
Any other questions from the board? No?
I'll just say what you've said before, the chair and Mel, our administrator, said before, is that that if this passes, and I hope it will, that there will be a robust, long-term, community engaged process to determine what is going to happen with that space. So just make sure it's said again.
Yeah, but everyone knows that that's how Brookline operates. So. But okay, let's start off with warrant article 14, zoning overlay district. I move favorable action on warrant article 14, the zoning overlay district. All in favor, Mr. Franco?
Aye.
Ms. Heller?
Aye.
Ms. Hamilton?
Aye.
Mr. Fernandez?
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Next is the authorization to acquire the Newberry College West Campus. Of course, contingent on passage of the debt override or debt exclusion override. Mr. Kleckner, can you add anything to this? I mean, it seems fairly straightforward.
I really can't add any more to it.
Okay, I don't think any more is needed. Any questions from the board? Okay, I move approval of warrant article 15.
Excuse me,
Yes.
Bernard, could I just make one point? And
Sure,
that
sure.
is that we've talked about the short-term and the long-term use, but I think what's really important here is this is a unique opportunity for the town to acquire property that we would not always or have. We have not enough office space, not enough many uses that we anticipate for the long-term process. But it's also at a fairly modest cost. The debt exclusion would be for 14.9 million, 100,000 to cover the cost of short-term of the immediate capital needs like an alarm, a new alarm system, fire box. But also the favorable bond rates now make this the cost of this very modest for homeowners and condo owners. It's only between a little just around $50 for a homeowner per year annually, and $17 to $19 per condo owner annually, and that's a really good deal for the town because again, it's a strategic opportunity to acquire property, which we need. We have none in this area. And I believe, and I want to also make the point that the Fisher Hill Neighborhood Association also voted by a very strong majority to support the town's acquisition of this property.
Right, thank you. Any other questions, comments? Okay, I move approval of warrant article 15, authorization to acquire the west side of the former Newberry College campus. All in favor, Mr. Franco?
Aye.
Ms. Heller?
Aye.
Ms. Hamilton?
Aye.
Mr. Fernandez?
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Okay, next, budget discussion. Mr. Kleckner.
I believe we have another item before that. Number 9 is a lease with a.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah.
So I believe
that lease. Mm-hmm.
Associate Town Council John Buchheit is here. Is that right, Devin?
Okay, we also have number 10, permit parking fees. I'm
That's
sorry,
right.
I missed that. Yeah. I'm reading my notes, not the agenda.
So who's up for the extranet lease, Devin?
Yeah.
John is here.
Yeah, that would be me, Mr. Kleckner. Good evening, board, Mr. Chair, John Buchheit, Associate Town Council. I'm here looking for your approval of a lease agreement that would allow extranet to lease a portion of a small piece of land at the Municipal Service Center. It's been there for 13 years now, and they'd like to renew the lease. Extranet, the reason that Extranet is a neutral host of wireless services. It has an antenna system in South Brookline that fills an important gap in cell phone service in South Brookline. And the system is run, the hub is at the Municipal Service Center. The basic terms are 10 years. We're getting $60,000 a year for the lease. There's an escalation, per year escalation rate of 3%. And we think it's a good deal for the town. I think they've been a good tenant. We've talked to Kevin Johnson up at the Municipal Service Center. I think they're happy with being there. There aren't any problems. And so we would recommend that it be approved.
So what is their failure to pay poll fees? They're behind in that, and this is conditional on their payment. What's going on there?
Yeah, so in 2017, we entered into a license agreement with them that allowed them to use polls in the town's right-of-way, and they're in arrears on that. And so we have been working with them to get up to speed. So the vote would be contingent upon the company becoming current on paying for their use of the polls and the rights of way.
Yeah. So is there being arrears on the poll payments relevant to the lease? I mean, you say that they're a good, I guess you call it tenant. Good tenants pay their lease payments. Give us some comfort that we're not dealing with a tenant that's going to be problematic down the road.
Well, I mean, not to get into too much detail, but there has been, the legal basis. There's been some controversy around municipalities' abilities to charge for use of the polls, and there was actually a recent FCC ruling that that threw into question a little bit the ability to do so. So I guess where I'm going with this is that, I think there's been some debate around it, which I think has allowed, which is one of the reasons why they haven't paid up. But I think we've come to the point now where they want this agreement. We think that our position is strong enough that they will pay, and so therefore we're using our the leverage we have right now to make them do it. The other side of the coin is that it's a somewhat complicated formula, and I think there's been some legitimate, we need to be a little more aggressive in getting them the bills. They need to be more responsible in making sure they're paying their poll fees. So, but I think going forward, I mean, we've had the representatives, I think, have been, this has been a good negotiation. I think we're confident that this will work going forward.
Any other questions?
Just a note that I see in the contract under termination that should they go out of business, there's a requirement for, or something else, we decided to terminate. For some reason, there's a requirement that they actually physically remove their equipment. So I think that's a good thing.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay, I move approval of the lease between the town of Brookline and Extenet, conditional upon payment of the per poll fees that are now in arrears. On favor, Mr. Franco?
Aye.
Ms. Heller?
Aye.
I'll step in. Ms. Hamilton?
Aye.
Mr. Fernandez?
Aye.
And doesn't look like Bernard is back with us, so we'll close it out and move on to the next agenda item.
Thank you very much.
He's having bandwidth problems, I think.
So next up is a conversation about, oh, you're back, Bernard, you're on. And you're gone again. So next up is a conversation about parking fees. So Mr. Corain, are you gonna kick off this conversation?
Yep, can everyone hear me okay?
Yes.
Sorry. Todd Crane, Trust Station Administrator for the town of Brookline. This has been before the board previously during the DPW budget presentation. As DPW is putting together our budget, specifically Transportation was putting together our budget for the FY21, we looked at the various 16 different fees that we charge within our division for various permits that we issue. To see if there were any fees that had not been adjusted in terms of the cost of actually doing the business and issuing the fees and the staff time to issue the fees, to enforce it, and as well as to maintain the infrastructure. So that's everything that goes into these fees. And there were 4 fees that of the 16, 3 of them had not been increased since either 2007 or 2008, respectively. And one had never had a fee attached to it, although the Transportation Board close to 5 to 6 years ago wanted to attach a fee to it. However, at that time it wasn't fully put into place. These fees require a 2-vote process. The Transportation Board has to take the first vote amending the traffic rules and regulations where the fees are listed, and then their recommended fee gets elevated to the Select Board. Where you under Mass General Law, you have the jurisdiction to set the final fee, the fee amount. The Transportation Board held a public hearing in April on these, and they received. It was a joint public hearing on a previous proposal to increase the parking meter rate, as well as these parking fee increases. There were no. The vast majority of those comments issued at that public hearing were related to the parking meter fees, no surprise. There were general emails in support of better pricing of all parking, both fees and meters. And there were 2 emails in opposition to one opposition to the proposed increase in the commercial daytime lot rate permit, and then 1 to the tradesman daytime on-street permit. The Transportation Board at their last meeting last Monday voted unanimously after another discussion of the board, as well as opportunity for public comment, to adopt these fees and to pass them on to the board. The Transportation Board had discussed going beyond what staff had proposed, so increasing the fees even further. However, they were divided 3-3 on that, and all of Transportation Board votes through an enabling legislation requires 4 votes in favor, regardless of how many are in attendance at the meeting. in order to put anything forward. So they did pass the staff recommendation unanimously. Just to run down the fees, all the increases are approximately 20% increases. The first is the commercial on-street permit rate. It's currently $500 per year. It was the last time this fee was approved by the select board was when it was first created back in 2008. It has not been increased since then. The proposed is $600 per year. The commercial daytime lot rate, which is currently $78 per month, is proposed to change to $100 per month. This is for the John Street lot and the Center Street West lot, where employees of Coolidge Corner businesses rent those spaces. At the nighttime, that lot becomes a resident overnight lot, where they lease residents lease the spaces for $100 per month. So this brings it on par with what the residents pay. The third is the tradesman daytime on-street permit. This temporary permit exempts tradesmen from the 2-hour rule when working on residential construction projects. There's never been a fee attached to this. This is, you may remember, staff had initially proposed a $1 per day fee. And when we presented this to the board, several of you told us that we should be considering at least a $5 per day fee. And the transportation board, this is one of the fees where they thought we should be higher. At least 3 members did, but they settled on the $5 per fee. The fourth fee we're asking is the resident daytime on-street permit fee. It's currently $25 per year. We're proposing to increase it to $30 per year. So those are the 4 fees that the transportation board approved that we're asking you to approve as well.
Okay, thank you. By the way, I'm back. I'm at the mercy of Comcast. So, as we all know, that is not always reliable. But I'm sorry, Mr. Kleckner, you're about to say something?
I would just wanted to add a few things to Mr. Crane's presentation, which was fine. But I just wanted to be clear that this does not include a general rate increase, a general parking meter increase. That has not been decided yet. In fact, I want to talk to you further about that in the budget discussions tonight. We've identified in a prior budget proposal an increase in the general parking meter rate increase. The transportation board specifically did not take that up, pending further discussion by the board and others on that issue. So these are very specific charges, permit fees in certain lots for a smaller group of permit holders. It's not a general rate increase for the entire town.
Right. So now that we're talking about parking, I think some board members wanted to at least present some ideas regarding our overnight parking ban and waiving the parking meter fees. We've been hearing some comment from the community that it's time to go back to overnight parking ban and restoring the requirement that people pay into the meters. I don't think we can vote on that or have much more of a discussion other than to just raise that issue and see what would be the process for taking such action. So. Ms. Heller, you heard
yes, I do. Yeah, I've heard from some people who are, especially the people who live near our borders with Boston, which was, we're surrounded by Boston on 3 sides in essence. And people in Boston are really taking advantage of the fact that we're not waiving fees. In fact, in Boston apparently is continued to ticket. I don't know the extent, but that's what I'm told by some residents. But the problem is that the residents who use those spaces during the day, and they may not have parking and they may park someplace else at night, but they really don't have the kind of access in front of their residents that they feel they should have, and the streets are crowded. especially at night, and especially on the streets that are narrower. That means that there's less opportunity, less space for two-way traffic if it's a two-way street. So I think, in fairness, and the other issue, by the way, is that the small landlords who have, say, a home and they have two parking spaces and they rent one to somebody and count on that as part of their budget, the renters are disappearing because they can park on the street for free. And so, the question is always where the burden falls. But I do think that that we should go back to the system we had, and we should also, not only charge for the meters now, especially now that the governor is starting to open things up. And there will presumably be more traffic and more need to park. And I don't know how crowded it will get. We'll have to see. But I do think it's a fair thing to go back to parking meter fees and overnight parking ban.
Mr. Fernandez, did you want to add anything to that? I know that you mentioned some concern, I think, at last meeting.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think we should make a decision on that at some point soon. If I remember correctly, that wasn't something that the board voted on in terms of it was an emergency powers situation. And so, but I do think I agree around the parking meters that it may be time at least to say, to put those back online and to make sure that we have the mechanism in place to enforce the parking restrictions or parking meters once they go back on. I don't think we need to have a debate about the overnight parking ban right now. I think that it's inequitable for any number of reasons to actually have an overnight parking ban, but I just don't know that this is the time or place for that now. I am interested in asking some questions when the time is right about what's in front of us today.
No, I didn't want to have a debate, but just to allow people to raise the issue, and Mr. Corain and Mr. Kleckner can present to us any changes at a future meeting.
Appreciate
that. That's included in the agenda.
Can I ask then about Todd, I'm trying to understand for the person that is like a server at Hobson Scotch, right? That which one are they most likely to be using? Because I would imagine they're using the annual one, not the daytime. Do they need to park in the evening, or what are they doing?
So they are more likely. I don't know specifically which ones Hobson Scotch has, but they are more likely to have the commercial on-street permit. What that does is that allows them to park on a designated residential side street within a quarter mile of the business from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. Monday through Saturday. As you know, the 2-hour rule is not in effect on Sundays, and it's generally enforced after 8 p.m. based on resident complaint. So that's generally what you see the servers do. But to be honest with you, there's a waiting list in Coolidge Corner, St. Mary's, Brookline Village, and JFK Crossing for a deep waiting list for these permits, because we're only allowed to give a certain number per street. And the people that have these hold on to them. They renew them each year. And we don't see too many of the part-time servers that have them. They're more of sort of the managers of the business, or the people that work at daytime at local law firm, that kind of stuff. There are some retail establishments that have them, but generally those types of employees aren't necessarily driving. Most of them are, from what I've heard in our conversations, most are on public transit or biking or walking. They're actually some of the servers of the restaurants were actually big fans of the scooters. They were actually advocating that we try to let the scooters go later at night, because when they would get off their shift, the scooters were all gone, but they would take the scooter to work in the morning. But yeah, they're most likely to be the annual the $600 per year one.
All right. Is there any way to separate out the I'm not as concerned with like things like fleet vehicles, but I am concerned right now as where folks have been out of work, are trying to get back to work with increasing the cost to employees at our small businesses in particular. Is there a way to separate that out from like things like fleet vehicles, for instance, or I just me talking to the board now. No, of maybe if we wanted to vote something like this, having it go into effect at some future date, providing some time for people to get back on their feet before we're hitting the employees. I'm mostly concerned with an increase.
So the annual the commercial on street and the resident is billed annually, so it's renewed annually as of July 1. We're actually behind in sending our bill out. So if the board did not approve it, the funding increase now, we'd be sending out the invoices for the $500 amount, and we'd wait until the next fiscal year before we can bill the 600, which is a significant amount that will come out of the DPW budget that's factored into the current FY21 budget. The only one that is on the quarterly basis that's before you right now is the increase from $78 to $100 per month. In those lots, those are generally not retail establishments. They are lawyers of local businesses, doctors, that type of stuff within those two lots that factors on. Where we see the most employees, sort of the part-time employees, is actually the Brookline Village merchant program. In that we're actually not proposing a rate increase on.
So just going off of Select Person Fernandez's questions, I got a little bit mixed up in the answer you gave, in that Raul seemed to be talking about individual employees holding the on-street commercial permit rate placards.
Commercial, yeah.
Yeah. And my impression was always that it was businesses that really held those placards, and that whether they're supposed to do this or not, those placards are shared between different employees.
So yeah, so those, it's not fleet vehicles. So the permits are issued to the business, and in some cases, the businesses most likely passes the cost on to their employees. They are hang tags, so they are shared. So if you have two part-time employees or split shift employees, they're not vehicle specific. So as one person comes, they hand off the pass to the next person. So they're able to be used by multiple employees in the business because they're not vehicle specific. We designed it that way to try to maximize the usage. But they're not fleet vehicles, and they are generally issued to the business. Most, if I was a betting man, I bet most of the businesses pass it on to the employees. Although I do know some provide it as a benefit, of being employed there.
So to the extent that, and there's a couple of assumptions baked into this question, and I'll acknowledge that. To the extent that a business is passing along the expense of the placard to their employees, and to the extent that 4 employees are sharing a single placard, this $100 increase would result in a $25 increase year over year to those employees using the placard.
Yes, correct. And if you look at the maximum amount, and this only assumes one vehicle is using it per day, or one person, it's $1.92 per day. Which is if you were to park at a parking meter in the commercial district under current rates, that'd be $15 per day. And this is for a dedicated space on a residential street within a quarter-mile walk. We're one of the only communities in this area that does this for commercial employees or business employees. Cambridge does not have a similar program. Somerville does not. Newton modeled theirs off of ours, and Boston does not.
Okay.
Really below market rate.
Devin, can you hear me?
I can hear you, Bernard, but it looks like you're bumped out. So you may want to jump out and then come back.
Ben, could you take over while I jump out and come back?
Sure. So we've talked a lot about the commercial on-street placards. Do folks have questions about the tradesman or the resident daytime increase? Well, I'll jump in with a resident on-street question. My impression is that this is for a certain number of streets. It's not town-wide that this program exists. Is that accurate?
It's not town-wide. It's actually for the residential side street that the vehicle is registered to. That's how the program was created back in 2007. It was made so that residents could park outside their house, an exemption of the 2-hour rule, and that's sort of how it was defined. Obviously, those people, they live on much longer streets, and have a wider area that they can park, but it is for their street only. Additionally, it's only available to residents who live on streets where the 2-hour rule is in effect. So if you live on a street that has parking meters in front of it, you don't qualify for this. And you don't qualify to get a permit on an adjacent street because our fear is large apartment buildings on Beacon Street or on Harvard Street, people move to there knowing that they can't park in front of their house with parking meters, and they would flood the side streets, all the parking. Similar to what you're seeing now with Boston residents flooding our border streets, unfortunately.
What's our plan to notify folks that have these and I guess might not even be aware of the program?
Not aware of the fee?
The residential.
Oh, so the resident permit has been in effect since 2007. And the best marketing we have is whenever somebody gets their $30 ticket for violating the 2-hour rule when they first move to town, the police always typically say you can go get a permit over in transportation, and the permit is cheaper or will now be equal to 1 2-hour violation. When we first created the program, we did send out mailings and notifications, and it was featured in the tab. It's on the website. There's just shy of 2,600 permits issued each year, which is a pretty good number for considering the size of our community.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions?
I'm trying to square the circle here or something, however you say that thing. There's so little that we as a board can do, that we as a town can do financially to support our small businesses. We included this $200,000 CDBG grant program that is going to be rolling out soon. It just seems to me right now to raise rates on small businesses, even if it's not on the actual employees, but on the business owners themselves, it just seems like the wrong time to do that. And I'm wondering if we can't, for instance, instead of having this go into effect July 1, have it go into effect, give them 3 months, or something to that effect. It seems, I want to do more. I've been having conversations with the town administrator whether or not there's anything that we can do in terms of property taxes for small business owners on triple net leases. It seems like we would require some state legislation to allow us to even consider something like that. I just feel like there's so little in our toolbox, and here's one thing where at the very least we can do no harm and not increase the cost. But if there was some way that we can, I feel like we should be having the reverse conversation right now is how do we actually, for while businesses try to ramp up during this reopening, not take more funds from them during this time. So I want to, in terms of the tradesmen stuff, and I forget the other one, the residential. I think that all works for me. But the first couple, I don't know if I can support those right.
So this did come up in the public hearing, and it was actually focused on the merchants brought it up not in response to the permit fees. Like I said, they were generally accepting of the permit fees. It came up as the parking meter fee. So they were more concerned with an increase in the parking meter fee because they thought that it would actually, as they were trying to ramp up their businesses with the new normal, they thought that an increase in the parking meter fee at the time would keep customers away. So that was their bigger concern, and that was one of the reasons why the transportation board and staff really backed off of that and decided to have a conversation at a later date about parking meter fees once we get to whatever the new normal is, and we start seeing what comes back. They were accepting, even the one person who opposed the commercial daytime lot permit did so because he did not think that it was at capacity. It wasn't because he was concerned of the $22 fee increase. What he found out was that actually we have a waiting list for the lot. So it's beyond capacity at this point with demand.
I do wish we would have had maybe a hearing with the Small Business Development Committee, which wasn't brought in on the. I think maybe we would have heard from other business owners that might have something different to say about it. But I'll leave it there.
Yeah, just so you know, just for the outreach we did with this, we met with the Coolidge Corner Merchants Association at the last in-person meeting they could have right before everything hit. We also discussed this with the Brookline Chamber, and we sent notices. Unfortunately, they had to cancel their meeting because of COVID with the Brookline Village Merchants Association as well. So we had looped in back in February and early March, even though the T-Board didn't discuss this until late April. All three of the major business organizations within the town. And then, we circulated information sheets that they passed on to their members. We've answered a lot of questions, and I think that's why they were comfortable with this, with the parking fees, and really focused on with the parking meter rate.
Yeah, I'll just say I don't know if this got to everybody else, but I'm looking at an email from the chair of the CCMA saying we would like to formally ask if it's possible to reduce the parking permit fees by 50% for the next quarter for all business permit holders, and to waive them entirely for any business that claims significant hardship due to the COVID-19 situation. So I think just like the situation has changed since that meeting that took place before where we are right now.
So I haven't seen that email, and I hear the concern, and I know small businesses, in fact, all businesses in Brookline and across the country are in significant financial distress, I think is a polite way to put it. We're going to hear in the next agenda item that we're anticipating a revenue decrease of somewhere between $6 million and $19 million in FY21. And while I'm sympathetic to businesses, we in the town of Brookline have to plan for some significant difficulties ahead as well. And that's even before we talk about, have a debate about the redistribution of town resources from where they've been spent historically to benefit vulnerable populations. And all things being equal, I wish we weren't having to make this choice and have this discussion, but I really feel like we need to be trying to recoup the $300 some odd thousand that this suite of proposals is going to allow us to do. And I take some measure of comfort in knowing that we've, at least for the time being, held off on the parking meter rate increase, which may be small solace to small business owners, but it's something in the context of a really horrible and difficult situation for everyone.
I also would just like to say, I know a few permit holders of the commercial tags, and they know that they've been getting one of the best deals in town for years. I think we should have done this a long time ago. I'm incredibly sympathetic, but as Ben just said, this is a very difficult time, and we need to make sure that we are looking for all the loose change in the cushions. And this has been such a deep discount for years that I don't think that, I'm prepared to say, sure, let's, slash it in half. We don't have the luxury of that right now.
Okay. Any other comments? Are people ready to vote? Willing to vote? Let's vote. I move approval of the fiscal year 2021 permit parking fee increases as approved by the Transportation Board, and as indicated in our agenda. All in favor, Mr. Franco?
Aye.
Ms. Heller?
Aye.
Ms. Hamilton?
Aye.
Mr. Fernandez?
No.
And chair votes aye. Thank you. Next, next fiscal year 21 budget discussion. Mr. Kleckner, tell us the bad news.
I will. Well, first of all, I did include a presentation that I made to the Town School Partnership public meeting last Friday. It's in your packet. It was not my intent to go through that, but as we go through some of the summary of that, and if you want to see any details, we can pull that up. But I was hoping to proceed in a more summary fashion, and so let me start with that and then see where we go. So I want to say that first of all, that we have actually submitted our budget. We had an obligation to submit a balanced budget on February 15th, and we did that. But of course, the world has changed not too long after that happened. And so, I think some people think we haven't done any budgeting yet, but we actually submitted a full balanced budget for the next fiscal year by February 15th. And now we're sort of playing catch up because so many assumptions and issues have changed since the COVID-19 pandemic has effectively blown up the economy for all intent and purposes. So a couple of things. So obviously the pandemic, the COVID really started for us in March, and we're mostly concerned about our next fiscal year, which is fiscal year 2021, starts on July 1st of 20. It goes for the next 12 months, and that's the budget that our town meeting is prepared to approve next month. But we are also in a fiscal year. We've already had a budget approved for fiscal year 20, the budget we're in now. And I want to just talk a little bit about 20 and then mostly about 21. But in terms of fiscal 20, I guess if there's any good news, the pandemic occurred in the fourth quarter of the town's financial year, fiscal year. And we had very strong performance in the first three quarters. So although we have certainly seen the bottom fall out of some of our revenues in the fourth quarter, and we're very concerned because those will continue and even get worse, presumably for fiscal 21, at least for fiscal 20, the current year we're in, we are not worried about a deficit necessarily. We believe we'll have sufficient revenues to support the budget that we adopted earlier in the fiscal year. And so we're relatively comfortable with fiscal 20, although having said that, we've already taken steps to affect fiscal 20, not so much for fiscal 20, but to prepare for fiscal 21. So I just want to make that distinction between 20 and 21. For fiscal 21, so what we've done is we are looking at the budget. So the numbers I'm going to quote are compared to the budget we presented back on February 15th for next year's budget. So that's the numbers I'm comparing that to. So as Select Board Member Franco mentioned, and he was at the meeting along with Select Board Member Green of the Town School Partnership meeting, we have done some scenarios of revenues for next year. And we did it in 3 different scenarios. And he is correct that the range of what I'll call a hole in the budget or a shortfall compared to the budget we presented range anywhere from, I believe, 6 million to 19 million. And we have set a scenario somewhere in the middle, which we believe if we had to approve a budget today, that's where we would be. And that's around $12.7 million less revenue than the fiscal 21 budget that was submitted back in February 15th includes. So that's a big hole, a very big hole. And it could be worse if our revenue picture was different. But I think the interesting thing a lot of people don't understand about Massachusetts local government anyway is that for a community like Brookline, a residential type of community, we generate about 70% of our revenues from the property tax. And the property tax, even though people are obviously hurting, it's based on the value of your property. And in general, those get paid, and those fees get paid. Many homeowners who have mortgages escrow their tax payments, and banks are very willing and want to pay that money, because if they're delinquent, then they fall behind in a line, if you will, to recover that. So when the town does not receive its property taxes for whatever reason, we never lose that opportunity to get that. They're tied to the property. We will place a lien on the property and go through a number of state legal procedures. But eventually, when that property is sold, the town's first in line to get its taxes, any unpaid taxes back. So I did want to mention that our treasurer and finance director, Gina Franconi, is here, and she could talk a little bit about property taxes. But 70% of our revenue, by and large, is protected. So at least we have that to fall back on. But the remaining 30%, things like state aid, fees that are generated through economic activity. We have hotel excise taxes. We have meals taxes and meals and drink taxes. And now we have the adult use cannabis excise taxes. That activity has stopped, literally. And although, it will resume at some point, but, I think you can all expect that we're not going to be rolling in hotel and meals and lodging taxes, at least not for many months, and perhaps not even much at all in fiscal 21. So that's where our most of our revenue losses are there. Now, I want to mention something, and we just talked about the parking meter fee. So we had actually $750,000 built into our budget, the February 15th budget, on a general parking meter rate increase. If you recall, this was done in direct response to meeting the commitment 3 years ago when the town passed a tax override. We made a commitment that we would generate a certain amount of money in the third year of that plan for non-property tax revenue. And we were certainly prepared to do that. And then the bottom fell out of the economy. And so not only are we not increasing or reducing revenues, but we're not also at this point assuming that the board would be willing to agree to that general parking rate increase. Same about the trash fee. We thought that this was the year to increase the trash fee, which hadn't been increased for many years, and the town's subsidy, the tax-paying subsidy of that rate, of that fee, has gone up and up, especially as the cost of recycling has gone up. So that's another $750,000 that's not in the budget. So I wanted to make sure you understood those assumptions. You can certainly advise me about those. I'm looking for input. So Melissa Goff and I, we could put together a budget that filled that $13 million hole, but we don't want to do that without some input from the policymakers. So that's one of the reasons why we're using the Town School Partnership as a vehicle for that. The Town School Partnership is a public body. It consists of 2 select board members, 2 members of the school committee, and 2 members of the advisory committee. And they're not binding in any way, but they provide guidance to me. They create information for the various boards. And so we're going to put together a budget probably by June 2nd. And I'm looking for input. And so as part of the presentation we made the other day, we identified some potential policy issues that could have the effect of helping out the budget deficit or that budget hole that I referred to. Now, those are difficult decisions because there's always trade-offs. So to the extent, for example, that you used a one-time source of revenue or a reserve revenue or something that we're going to put in reserves that we'll now use reduce that hole we find ourselves in, there are consequences to that. And I'm going to talk generally about those. But why don't I just get into those budget policy issues, raise them, and we can have a little bit of dialogue about it. But I will stop here, Mr. Chair. I've been talking a while to give you some context. If you want to go another route, or any of the board members want to stop and have some questions before we move on, why don't I stop here for that?
Bernard, you're muted.
Yes. What do other board members think? I think he should just move on with the presentation.
I have a question, but I'm happy to hold it.
Well, why don't you ask your question?
Yeah, it was related to the last discussion and the parking meters. Is there? I know we haven't really discussed it as a board, but I think the coming from staff is the recommendation's been not to make that increase. I'm just trying to understand more about that. I think as Select Board Member Hamilton said about the permit fees, it seems that we've also been charging less for our parking meters than maybe our neighbors have. Why is it the right time to increase the permit fees but not the meter fees?
Sure. Well, first of all, I don't think we've made any decisions yet. We have not included it, and so far, and that generates the kind of the deficit, the $750,000, I believe. And I'll ask Melissa, who's listening in, to help me if I'm getting these numbers right. I think it's really a political decision, Select Board Member Fernandez, and I think the difference between what you just approved as rates, as opposed to a general parking meter rate, I think that's really the big difference. Is one deals with a relatively smaller group of users who are paying a permit, whereas the other is a general rate increase. So it's a meter rate increase. So anytime you park near a meter or in one of the lots, we were proposing that rate increase by 25 cents per hour, which would have generated that. And you're right. Clearly, Boston is charging $1.25 an hour. I really think it's just about the timing and the town-wide nature of this increase. I know Todd can give you a lot of feedback because they held a public hearing, but I'm just giving you my general reaction that I think we've done some other things to support our taxpayers and our residents of our town, and this seems consistent with that approach.
Okay. Yeah, that's something that just as I'm thinking through it now, we can have a more robust discussion about it later. That I feel inclined to support, but maybe through a deeper discussion, I might feel differently about it. But that's just my thought on it right now. That was it.
Okay. Todd has any comment about the public hearing which you held and any testimony received on that particular item?
Todd, are you still there?
He may not be here. That's not fair, right? His topic went beyond the. So, but I think they, received a significant amount of feedback.
I think he is here. Sure. I think he's just trying to unmute himself.
Okay. Sorry, Todd, if I put you on the spot like that, but.
That's okay. I was still listening, so it's a good thing I stayed on. Yeah. So like I said, those emails that the board received that were against were all directed towards a parking meter rate increase. And it really was exactly how the town administrator said. It was, and it was a wide array. It was merchants as well as attorneys' offices, etc. And their fear was that a general rate increase across the board that would hit all commercial districts and all customers coming to those businesses at the time that these businesses are going to try to recapture some of their customer base. They had a fear that a parking meter rate increase at this time would do more damage to trying to get to their competitiveness compared to a large mall or a shopping plaza that has parking attached to it. Those are the arguments that they made. Any other time, I think I'd be inclined to argue with them about the effect of the meters and the meter rates. But it wasn't so much that they were against the rate increase in general. It was that they were concerned about the timing of the rate increase at this time.
Okay. argument I was just making about the permit fees. Okay.
So let me just add an additional fact, and I'm not taking a position on what we should do and when, but when we constructed the last override plan back in 2017, we counted on a total of $2.8 million in non-tax revenue, of which an increase in the parking meter rate, that $750,000, was considered to be a component of it. So that's one of the other reasons this was proposed and how we got to where we are today.
That's right. And our February 15th budget submission did include that revenue. And although we haven't submitted our new budget proposal so far, we have not included that. And I'm looking, for some general policy guidance around that. So maybe we can move on. Trash fee, I think we should talk about a little bit because I think, as you probably know, recycling costs, as opposed to other costs of our operations, have gone through the roof, and that's based on prior to COVID, some world economic forces, primarily in China, where they have decided not to accept the world's recycled products, at least for the time being. And so that really dropped the bottom of that market. And so we have really been increasing our trash costs significantly. And even before that, we were sort of gradually subsidizing more and more of the rate out of the general tax. And I'll ask Melissa if, when she's available and she speaks up, what that is. But my understanding is that we're subsidizing probably more than 25% of the trash fee, and it is a fee. Some people can choose to avoid it, although most do not. So I want to mention that was another $750,000, I believe. And maybe I can ask Melissa, if you're on the line, if you could just confirm that those numbers. Anything else you want to add about the trash fee?
Yes, so it was an additional $750,000 that we were looking to try and bring the general fund subsidy back to historical levels. I think we were waiting for the pay-as-you-throw program to be fully implemented, and the expectation was always, after the program was successful, that we would revisit the structure to make sure that we are capturing the appropriate mix between general fund subsidy and fee payment.
Thank you.
Could I ask a question about that? Is it accurate to say that if you are a better recycler and you really are careful about what you throw in your trash, you can go down to a smaller cart and save money that way? Is that accurate?
Yes. Yes, we have a so-called modified pay-as-you-throw system. So the less trash you throw, and the way we measure that is through the size of the bin. And there's, I believe, 3 sizes. There's no cost to recycle.
To recycle, right.
Right.
So, in other words, in some ways, it's an incentive to recycle if we do raise that trash fee.
Isn't that a cost to the town?
No, we pass it on in the fee. We have a fee for trash collection.
No, increasing recycling.
Yes, yeah, the town would have to absorb that, and that's why we're proposing to increase a fee. I think what Select Board Member Heller is saying is that by choice, you can reduce your own personal amount, but we still have to raise that same amount of money.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm going to move on. I do want to talk about the federal funding, and unfortunately, at this point, it's really not a strategic option, but I do want to be clear about federal funding. So you've all heard about the CARES Act. The CARES Act has been Congress's first effort to provide funding related to COVID-19, and there's many components of the CARES Act. We've already taken advantage of some of them when we received a supplemental community development block grant allocation, and we're very pleased about that. Now, the CARES Act also provided the each state in the United States with a sum of money. And our state, and I think most states, have decided to take some of that money and distribute it to cities and towns within their borders. And so last week there was an announcement about this Federal CARES Act funding. And there was a town by town list of what was available. And for Brookline, it was around $5.2 million. I want to be clear about that. Number one, it's for over a 2-year period. It's for both fiscal year 20 and 21. So 5.2 million. And so far, it is only for unbudgeted COVID-19 direct expenses, directly related expenses. So at this point, we are not able to use it as a supplemental revenue or a revenue to support lost revenue. Frankly, we're hoping for it. We're hoping that Congress decides to either make this sum of money available for revenue replacement or another allocation of federal funding. But at this point, we have the 5.2 million. We're certainly going to try, we'll maximize that, but we can only use it for unbudgeted COVID-19 expenses. We're going to get as creative as we can. We're listening to what other communities are doing to see if it can help our 21 budget situation. But I would not, at this point, really count on it as a savior for the town's budget. And I'd be happy to answer any questions on federal funding or anything you've heard about that.
I have a question. So on what basis does the federal government decide on the amount that comes to Brookline or to any other municipality in the Commonwealth?
Well, the federal government didn't control that. I think it gave
that
it to
goes through the state,
and then
okay.
the state decided to put aside 500 million of its amount, and I don't know the percentage of the total amount that the state got, but they allocated it on a per capita basis, so population driven.
So I think I heard you say, Mr. Kleckner, on Friday that $5.2 million was sort of a backstop to going through other federal disaster relief programs first, namely FEMA. Did I hear you correctly, or did I miss something?
No, it's a really good point. So this is federal money, but we can make that federal CARES money go a lot further if we take advantage of other federal opportunities, most prominently FEMA disaster reimbursement. So we are eligible to file for federal disaster reimbursement through FEMA for COVID-19, and we will. In fact, the state has basically told the cities and towns, go for your 75% FEMA first, and then we can extend, this. We can make this federal CARES money go a little further, and we are all on board with that strategy. So we are going to file for federal government, federal FEMA funding, but it's only for 75% of the costs, and it's more traditional disaster relief, so hurricanes and floods and forest fires and things like that. It's really not designed necessarily for COVID. So we're going to find, I think, that many of our expenses that would otherwise be eligible for FEMA won't be because of the COVID-19. But the state says we can use the CARES Act to cover our 25% and any other expenses that are COVID-19 related to that for whatever reason FEMA doesn't support. So that's good news. We can make this money go further. And also, we never lose it. So if we don't ask for even half of it in the first round in fiscal 20, we don't lose it. We are always able to use that full $5.2 million allocation. So you're right, Select Board Member Franco. We are going to file for FEMA reimbursement, and we're also encouraging other departments who have expenses related to COVID-19 to see if there is any other sources of funding from other federal government agencies. So, for example, I believe the federal government CARES Act also has a program for public education. So we're going to try to make sure that we're making this federal money go as far as we can. But at this point, we do not see that it can be replaced as revenue that we would otherwise lose because of COVID-19 and economic factors.
Mel, I was also listening to the conversation on Friday as well. I thought it was really interesting. I read through the guidelines for the use of this funding, one of the things I saw was about reimbursement. Well, I have two questions. One is this for reimbursement for things that happened before a certain date, or is it related to our ongoing expenses? This is still an ongoing crisis.
Well, it certainly covers ongoing, but there was a date there that is a start point, and basically they're saying if you incurred expenses before then, they're not eligible, and they had to be unbudgeted expenses. Couldn't have been something that we're anticipating in our budget. Melissa, could you clarify that?
Sure. It's the date is March 1st, and it's unbudgeted expenses as of March 27th qualify. And so it's March 1st through December 30th of 2020, or 31st of 2020.
Okay. One of the things I noticed in the guidelines there was reimbursement related to food banks. And we haven't yet, we've used CDBG funds directed toward our food bank, but we haven't used any municipal resources yet to build up our food bank. Is that something we could do with some of those funds?
So I think that might be, we are using town resources to provide support to the food banks. I believe that the school food services is helping the food bank with some of their distribution. So I believe that those types of expenses would be eligible. And I think that, we're interested in learning kind of what other partnerships are available and what other communities are doing. We want to definitely support. We know the EOC has made it clear that the food bank is very, very much in need of a lot of help. So whatever assistance we can provide them, we'd like to help as well.
Yeah, that'd be great if we can do in, what we've done with CDBG funds, if there are available funds that we can't use to plug budget holes or do other things like that they need to be COVID related. I'd love to see if we can direct some funds in that way.
One of the guidance messages that we got from the state was also that they don't want to see redundant sources being used. So to the extent that there's a specialized program for a particular need, they don't want to see that program being utilized in CARES Act. It's essentially trying to capture, a wide net of what the need is and not fund something twice, if you will.
Okay, well, those funds have been expended. I mean, the CDBG funds, we've appropriated them, and presumably they'll be expended at some point. But the need is ongoing, so it's one of those things where I'm sure they're going to need more in the future.
No, I agree, and I think we're going to be getting more guidance from the state as well as this program develops. But we have some eligible uses, and then they're going to be issuing a bulletin that gives us more parameters on how we can spend the money.
That's great. Thank you.
Yeah, I do think the short answer is yes. I think we could. I wanted to talk about the next policy issue that could potentially provide some relief to the budget, or maybe 2 years down the road, and that deals with our pension and OPEB funding. I want to be clear: the pension funding. So in Massachusetts, state and local government, our employees are not part of the Social Security, the federal Social Security system. So we belong to basically a state system. It's called the Massachusetts Contributory Retirement System. And over the years, pension obligations have outstripped cities and towns' abilities to fund them over time. And so we've created this pension liability, an unfunded pension liability. And so many years ago, the state said, we've got to get this under control. And they passed a law requiring cities and towns to fund over a period of time, get rid of this liability, so that at the end of this funding period, we were only going to be paying those normal costs that accrue every year, and not this big liability that we're increasing. And so we've been in a funding or calendar year 2028. And we, hire an actuary to help us develop this schedule, and it's a significant expense. I believe year over year, we're putting in 7% more a year to meet this funding schedule. And there is some possibility to extend that schedule. I believe there is legislation in the works that would give the cities and towns the ability to extend that out a little bit longer. And, that would obviously reduce probably the annual cost for the funding schedule. So now then there's OPEB. OPEB refers to the other post-employment benefits. So most people get their pension as their post-employment benefit. In Massachusetts local government, we also provide health insurance for our retired employees. This is pretty much statewide. And so that's another liability because you know how expensive health insurance is and how much that's gone up over the last couple of decades. And so we're also trying to put money aside to meet that liability. We're not even at the point where we're on a funding schedule yet because the liability is so large. But we're putting money aside, and I'm going to ask Melissa to tell you how much that is on both pension and OPEB, and see to what extent that could provide some relief. But understand, it's like your mortgage. If you refinance your mortgage and you extend it, you go from 15 to 20 years, 30 years, you're going to pay a lot more money over that duration, and so would the town if it did this. So there's always pros and cons to this. Sort of short-term and long-term benefits. But it's an issue we've been talking about. And I wanted to ask Melissa if you could just fill in the details on that.
Sure. So our schedule for pensions for fiscal 21 is set. We're in the middle of doing our actuarial study for the next 2 years in our schedule. So right now the pension appropriation is 26,569,845. That's fiscal 21's appropriation. OPEBs, essentially that is something that we have been annually increasing by $250,000 since the OPEB task force made the recommendation to continue funding OPEBs. At one point in time, we had stopped funding OPEBs because there was a kind of thought out there that the state would be providing some relief. That's clearly, nowhere on the horizon. And so that funding has been kind of part of the plan, adding $250 annually. And we've grown that contribution now to $4.4 million annually. So obviously this is, nowhere near addressing the liability that we have. But we do feel like we are out ahead of some of the other communities that may not even be contributing at all. We're kind of one of the top communities in the state in terms of OPEB contributions.
Melissa, could you review if you haven't, I'm sorry, I missed it if you did, but what appropriation we had in our original budget for fiscal 21 for OPEB?
For OPEB, $4.4 million.
Can I just dig in on the pension contribution for a second? My understanding is that the actuary tells us sort of what we have to come up with over a course of years, and that money comes from both a contribution from operating dollars in the town budget, but also some interest earnings, some based on the performance of the capital markets. So I'm wondering what impact the state of the stock market has on pension, and what the implication of decreasing the pension contribution in the out years would be on our required eventual contribution once we get the new actuarials.
Sure. Well, clearly the performance in the market. So these are long-term funds. The town has the ability to invest in longer-term securities, safe securities, and things like that. So we do rely on the market to generate income, and we use a certain percentage or assumption. Our actuary uses a certain assumption, and so I don't know. We're still a ways away from the year end, and who knows what could happen. But Melissa, what is the rate of assumption, rate of return assumption? I know we've reduced it over time. What is it currently at?
I believe we're currently at 7.2. And so, the strategy for the retirement board is, every time we go for resetting our schedule, we look at the contribution that is required from the town. We look at the rate of return, and then we also look at the funding year. And so we're at 2030 right now for full funding. Obviously, you hear people saying, well, given that rate of return, there's no way you're going to make that 2030 date. But every 2 years, we're looking at what we've earned in the market, what the rate of return is, and we try and bring that rate down every time we look at the schedule. And so, I think that we're trying to be more realistic as we reset our schedule. And I think that the question is whether or not there's any tolerance to improve on that rate of return assumption as well. Knowing that it will increase the pressure on the operating budget.
So I guess my question at the end of the day is, if we dial back or make a change to the when full funding is going to be achieved, do we have any sense of what the delta is in terms of the contribution? Are we talking about $8 million a year in 21 or 22 or 23 versus 15 or 20 million dollars if we make a change to the funding schedule?
Those are good questions. And, I don't think we're quite there yet. On the OPEB side, I think it's easier because we have no legal obligation to be putting money aside for OPEBs. I don't have to tell you, we went through BFAC for a few months, and we know how BFAC looks at the town's finances, and it's precarious, if you will, AAA bond rating, given some of the factors, including reserve, but also these unfunded liabilities. So, I don't think it would not be a good necessary look for the bond rating agencies to just eliminate your OPEB fundings, but it's possible, it's legal. Whereas the pension funding schedule is a legal obligation, and we have to work with the actuary a little bit more to determine what those potential savings or things would be. Melissa, anything you want to add to that?
I would just add that, Gina and I, feel that we need to keep these obligations consistent, and, kicking this obligation down the road is just going to, further our problems. And so to the extent that we can try and stay the course with our plan, we don't really feel that this is, a relief measure that will set the town up for success in the future, and even currently with the way that the ratings agencies would likely react to it.
Can I ask a question about the pension funding? I know we are relatively at the top of the heap in terms of other municipalities and their funding schedules. And so I'm wondering how they're justifying that, and whether are they not going to meet the state mandates for this? Is it, if we reduce it, and maybe by a little bit, and we extend it out 2 more years, or we will fall to the bottom of the heap? I don't think so. So I'm just wondering about that analysis.
Well, I think that part of the worry is that, to the extent that you stretch out your schedule and then you get to the end of it and you need to further decrease your rate of return assumption, you've got no wiggle room, because you've already used that capacity in order to extend the schedule. So I think that's part of the concern.
Nancy, I would say that we're not at the top of the heap with the pension funding schedule. I think we're maybe a little bit above average, but we're sort of in the middle. There's other communities better. It's OPEB we're the top of the heap.
Okay.
Where are we with respect to other AAA rated communities?
I think we're
isn't that the real metric?
In OPEB, I think we're the top of the heap.
How about pension?
Middle of the road, I think.
Even with respect to AAA rated?
I don't, Melissa, any thought on that? I don't know.
I believe Gina put together analysis for the advisory committee on that. I think part of it is that it's hard to, you can show that, somebody might be very close to hitting their, full funding by 2025, and they might have an unrealistic rate of return assumption. And so I don't know if Gina is on this call that she could talk a little bit more about it, but I think that we feel like we have a fair rate of return assumption and a good plan to try and examine and reduce it to the extent that we can when we do these 2-year revaluations.
Apparently Gina's not on the phone.
Okay.
No,
All
she,
right.
she is
So-
here, but she's here,
Okay.
but I don't know.
All right. Well, if she makes herself known, Devin, would you let me know? And so we are going to be talking to the retirement board. You know, we do have a retirement board. Sometimes cities and towns belong to the county system, but we have our own system, even though it's part of the Massachusetts Contributory Retirement System. We have our own board that's established by statute. They're independent of this board, of anybody really. And so we really have to play ball with them. Not, you know, and we're happy. They're very cooperative. On the retirement board, Gina, I believe, is on the Michael DePietro, our comptroller, is on the retirement board. I believe Gina is on the retirement board. You have 2 union representatives and then 1 neutral party. So we'll be talking to them, and but OPEB I think is more within our jurisdiction than, or more likely scenario than a pension funding change. But having said that, you know, there are consequences to that, and I'm sure you're going to hear plenty of them tomorrow after people have heard this discussion. I would like. Go ahead.
I just have to say, I feel like I need to know order of magnitude here and what the impact of making a change is. My gut instinct is that it's going to have to be a blended approach. We're going to have to potentially extend the pension funding schedule by maybe 2 years and dial back our OPEB contribution because we're in a real revenue hole. And I understand that that's going to have long-term impacts, but we're facing significant programmatic cuts, including the potential for layoffs, and we've got to do something.
Yeah.
Yeah, no concern about that. I think on Friday we're likely to drill down that a little bit and have some order of magnitude discussions.
Okay.
Okay, I want to move to capital equipment or our capital improvement plan. So this town has a very good capital improvement plan. I think it serves the town very well, especially sort of the ongoing replacement of rolling stock, vehicles, equipment, roadway surfaces, sidewalks, you know, just sort of the nuts and bolts of what consists. And we have a ongoing way to replace or repair those major assets of the town on a regular basis. I think it's proved to be extremely helpful. That's why I think we do a great job plowing snow in the winter because our equipment is reliable, and the same goes for trash collection and a lot of things. And then we spend a lot of money on projects, park projects, building projects and things like that. So we do 2 things when we're building our capital improvement plan. We are using regular tax-funded actual cash. You know, we put in our budget money that's just appropriated by the town's property tax. And then we also authorize borrowing. And we amortize those costs, usually for large projects like a school or a big fire engine or something like that. And then we amortize that over a period of time. And we pay the debt service annually. So really, we're talking about 2 things here potentially. One is to reduce capital projects and reallocate those to other expenses, other needs. And I think we talked about that a little bit today when we talked about the project, the cemetery project that came before us, and that one was using dedicated revenues. But if a similar project like that comes up, and frankly, we're looking at some of those projects that are standalone projects, we're potentially going to make a recommendation to reduce those. We also have these bond-funded projects, and those are based on a certain rate of return and a certain amortization schedule. So we're also looking at those to see if we can go any further to amortize those even further and save some money on the annual debt service. And so we're working through some of those ideas and are prepared to present those on Friday. But again, I just want to say this about all these options is it's not free. You know, to the extent that we choose to take a year off in funding some of these annual things, we fall behind. And, you know, I think in about 20 years ago or so, this town found itself really falling behind and really had to make a strong effort, really a generational effort to get back and more robustly fund its capital improvement plan. But there are some options there. Melissa, anything you want to add to this this group of potential solutions?
Sure. So I had a meeting last week with the capital subcommittee of the advisory committee, and they are going through, they've already had their reviews with departments, so they understand the projects very well. And they're basically trying to rate the projects so that they can decide whether or not certain things can be deferred, whether or not certain things that are emergency in nature can be, moved forward, and then kind of what to do with the areas that maybe they need some more direction from department heads on. And so I think that they are trying to figure out, what can be freed up for one, but also knowing that, if our revenue does decline, that this is going to be a problem that is a multi-year problem, because the CIP is based on a percentage of prior year net revenue. And so if that number declines, that's going to ripple into the out years of the CIP as well.
Just to be clear, that's because there's going to be less free cash, which trips over to the revenue finance CIP.
It's both. So the CIP is financed with free cash and operating revenue. 6% of prior year net revenue is part of what we use. So in fiscal 21, that number is approximately $4.5 million. So it's a pretty sizable amount.
I would just like to offer that, demand for certain things is reduced and we don't know when it will come back. And part of that is the roadway. What has increased in demand and will probably remain so is for pedestrian and bicycle lanes. So I understand the propensity to try to cut things like bike and ped, but realistically going forward, at least for the next year, we're not going to see people resume activities going back to transit. They are going to seek alternatives. And I think that we need to allocate dollars accordingly.
Thank you, Heather.
I'll just say I supported a review of the planned capital projects for the upcoming fiscal year. I think as we talk about larger capital projects, we also need to be in a value engineering mindset and really focus on what's absolutely necessary and make a judgment about whether we can afford the nice to haves.
Yeah, that's going to be a difficult conversation because with respect to schools, we're talking about totally redesigning the schools program. A lot of other assumptions that go into that program.
There are going to be no easy conversations when it comes to the budget. So,
yeah, I just think that we have to always think about what are the costs of certain cuts down the road. When we will be forced to pay those costs because, for example, certain road structures weren't maintained, and we deferred maintenance there. So it's going to be a difficult conversation. I agree.
Can I ask, there's been some conversation on the town meeting member listserv about potential for a relatively modest operating override or something. Is that something that you're at all looking at or working into models, if not for the coming year, in future years?
Not for fiscal 21, only because we were still in the third year of the override. So that was a 3-year override plan, and we're still in that, even though we haven't even been able to comply with our commitments on that. So, but going forward, for sure, I think that's why we convened BFAC in the first place, because I think we expected that this so-called structural deficit wasn't going to go away anytime soon, which would require periodic overrides. So not for 21, but we are trying to look at this problem as more than a 1-year problem, and I think that's really important. In fact, and we'll talk about that some more on Friday as well. I want to talk about a couple other things. One is our free cash. So it's sort of related in some ways to the capital improvement plan. So um, we we generate a surplus, if you will. In private business, you'd call it a surplus. We call it fund balance. And when all the town's obligations are sorted out, there's an unreserved amount of fund balance that is then called free cash. It's a state process. It's really only used in Massachusetts. Most other places call it fund balance. We call it free cash in Massachusetts. And free cash is used under our policies for only reserves or one-time sources of funds. That would include capital items. It would include reserves like the stabilization fund and other things. And so I think you all know that BFAC made a very strong recommendation that we needed to bolster our reserves. And so they were recommending that we took 2 million right off the top of our free cash and put it in reserves. So we haven't changed that. And the fact of the matter is that free cash is used for more one-time sources of revenue and not operating. But the fact of the matter is that to the extent that we might use free cash or something else, it does free up. It's sort of fungible, if you know what I mean. So for free cash, we have this policy that says the first thing you got to do is you got to leave enough in reserves so you keep you bolster your AAA bond rating. But then we have this so-called waterfall that says, okay, when we have enough free cash, we're going to use it for this, that, and the other thing. Melissa, would you mind just going down that waterfall in the order of priority, please?
Sure. So our free cash certification was very strong until 21. We had free cash in the area of about $14 million. And so we were essentially recommending that we would only appropriate just shy of $12 million. And so in addition to leaving some money unappropriated in order to support the fund balance position, we were recommending $2 million go into the stabilization fund in order to increase the level of fund balance. Once it's in the stabilization fund, it requires a 2/3 vote of town meeting in order to utilize it. Then after that, the next priority is to fund the operating reserve, the reserve fund that the advisory committee essentially has jurisdiction over. So the reserve fund is funded 75% with operating funds and 25% with free cash. So in order to meet that goal, that's $699,000 in fiscal 21. After that, we look at the liability fund. The liability fund has the same target as the reserve fund. It's based on 1% of prior year net revenue. And so if we have any settlements that come out of the liability fund, free cash is used to restore it to that target of 1% of prior year net revenue. And so that means that in fiscal 21, we'd be looking for $49,000. After that, we are using the free cash in order to fund the CIP. So the CIP has a goal of 6% of prior year net revenue, and then we use free cash to get to that a goal of 7.5%. And so in order to do that, we needed to commit to an additional, hold on, I'm just trying to find the tab that breaks it out. I have the grand total for free cash using to the CIP. So essentially, it is used to fund the 7.5% policy, and then once we've essentially met that goal, the Affordable Housing Trust Fund is the next on the list. And so anything that's not utilized, 15% of the balance goes to Affordable Housing Trust Fund. So and then once those obligations are met, you can go back and replenish any other reserves. In years past, we've done additional money for pensions, additional money for OPEBs, additional money for any kind of trust fund that we have, workers' comp trust fund. So in fiscal 21, we've got $8.3 million of free cash supporting the CIP and $726,000 supporting the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. So a grand total of $11.8 $8 million of funding that's supporting various reserves and or capital improvements.
Thank you, Melissa. And so I think what you need to keep in mind here is that free cash is used for one-time capital expenses or one-time reserves. And so to the extent that you use it for capital, you might be able to, so for example, you might be able to, use it for OPEBs and capital, and then free up some of that money we were previously talking about with OPEBs and capital. So, I think you have to look at it like it's potentially fungible. And, there is a possibility that we could free up some money to reduce our budget hole. And that's what we're exploring. So I'm going to move on from free cash. And then the last thing I'm going to talk about is host community funds. So host community funds are the dedicated revenues that is generated from the sale of both medical and adult use marijuana. So we get 3% of all sales, and it goes into a host community agreement, host community fund. And as you may recall, we were going to put it in a stabilization fund at this coming town meeting, whether we do that or not. Right now, it's not on the plan to do that. We may choose to do that for some reasons, but in any event, that money can only be used for expenses related to dealing with our, the new marijuana industry in Brookline. Now, I think you all know that there was a town meeting resolution last year that encouraged us to use a good sum of that money. Actually, they were looking for the tax money, but I committed to using this host community agreement fund for a racial equity fund. And so, that commitment's been made. We've made a lot of other commitments on using it for actual mitigation activities in the Brookline Village and soon to come in Coolidge Corner. So we've got to be careful, but there has been a proposal, for example, that we really should get aggressive and try to use that money to free up a budget, otherwise money that's funded from the town's property tax budget. That's tricky. I think it's really tricky. And also we have this potential obligation for the racial equity fund. So I wanted to raise it. It's been raised by others, and there was a little string of correspondence on the town meeting member website that came to my attention. So I wanted to raise this and get any reaction if anybody has any. Now, clearly the HCA funds are going down too, but we had a lot that have been built up.
When you say tricky, Mel, is it that they're legally obligated to be used in certain ways?
Yes. Yes. And so the tricky part is if you could find, let's say, you said, well, why don't you charge half of your X% of your police chief salary or my salary or, Melissa's, we got to make sure that that's acceptable and that, we'd be pushing the envelope, I think, of the intent of those funds, which are to be used to address the impact of marijuana, the whole war on drugs and some of that stuff. But it's possible. And we're frankly looking at see what other communities are talking about and seeing how they might want to push things. So far, I haven't heard any effort by the legislature or the CCC to allow that to be used in a more liberal way. So we would have to more proactively try to generate those kind of savings by using the funds.
How much are the funds in the HCA account?
Melissa, what were we thinking of?
1.85 million in fiscal 21, but obviously, given the change in activity, that's one of the local receipts that we're adjusting down. And so I think the question is, what, given the activity now and, that the state has the reopening plan, what's a realistic HCA budget? What are the activities we need to fund? And then what else would be available that we could be more strategic with?
Yeah. I guess my question was, how much money do we have on hand now from fiscal year 20?
I can get to that, Bernard. I don't have it offhand right.
I think it's in the $800,000 range, but my recollection. But some of that is being appropriated So if you remember, we've already appropriated the first batch of that money. You know, goes to built into our FY21 budget. So we can't take that money away.
Could you repeat that? Your bandwidth stopped for a second.
Sorry. We have already appropriated some host community funding, and we now have that built into our budget. So we can't use that money. And I don't know how much that is. Melissa, is that right?
About
50,000 or something like that?
$983,000, I think we created
So you
back.
have 983 you said total?
I believe so, yes.
And how much of that is dedicated for annual expenses of the Brookline Village mitigation plan?
So that was the amount that we had appropriated in November, and it supported DPW, police activity, the cannabis coordinator in our office.
Yeah, how much total?
That was the 983.
That was 983?
I believe so.
Okay, I'll have to get back to you on that. It sounds high, but I'll get back to you on that.
983 is 983,000.
Yeah.
So the balance at the at the end of this fiscal, or the balance on hand now is 800 and some thousand. So
we were growing it by 800,000. That's I think we. I'll get you the details behind CA funds and what we were anticipating that we were going to be growing. So we were basically building off the base that we funded in fiscal 20.
Right. Okay.
And we were, you know, we funded some mitigation efforts in 20, but then we also had some health initiatives that were funded in 21. And then on top of that, we were proposing an HCA stabilization fund that was going to be funded with $800,000. And then, you know, the use of the fund was something that we were still kind of trying to work through the details of that.
But, you know, I think it's fair to say that a large sum of that, you know, I had committed to allocating to the racial equity fund.
Okay.
And I, for one, you know, obviously want to make sure that that's preserved. You know, going through the process with the working group in terms of putting together the guidelines for the Racial Equity Advancement Fund. One of the things that, you know, that we've seen is that in order for it to be impactful and effective in the long run, it's not going to be, you know, $50, $500 grants. It's going to need to be larger grants to organizations doing significant, deep engagement on issues. So you know, if we can make sure to maintain that the level of funding that we expected to have for that, you know, that would be, I think that would be a problem.
We're going to have to figure out what we take away from in order to maintain that.
Well, I don't think that's the case. That we're talking about I think that was the case when we were talking about the tax revenues on that side. When we're talking about the HCA funds, you know, I think it's
well, even within that universe, I mean, we're still juggling funds between one use and versus the other use.
Right. Absolutely. Yeah.
So I was able to call up the spreadsheet. So essentially in fiscal 20, we've appropriated $867,000 to support the police, health, DPW efforts around mitigation activities. In fiscal 21, that grew to $1,051,556. And then we also grew the funding by an additional $800,000, anticipating that we would be bringing that in because we were seeing strong returns from the sales tax piece of our marijuana funding.
Great.
So those are the policy issues that we've identified, and I think they're pretty much in line with the advisory committee convened their subcommittee chairs the other day and gave us some ideas and questions, and I think they're all incorporated in some of those. So I have a lot of work to do for the next meeting on Friday, and then of course we have you know, we're committing to put a budget together, or at least initial proposal, on June 2nd. So I want to get as much input and hopefully consensus as possible, but I know that you know, the time is short, and eventually I'm going to have to make some judgments and some recommendations. But once I put my recommendations out there on June 2nd, then the select board obviously has a crack at them, and ultimately it's the advisory committee's budget that goes before town meeting. We do have November. Now, I want to say that, and I don't like to kick the can down the road, and we want to create a budget next month that's as the best we can do, but understand that in November, we're gonna have a lot more information, and it's not too late to adjust the town's budget. It's still preceding the town's tax rate setting process. We'll have gone through 3 or 4 months of the fiscal year, so that's not ideal. But November is a time when I think we're going to look at, a lot of times we just use November to tweak things if we got a little bit more state aid. Here, I think we're talking about a more substantive budget exercise for November. In fact, I think we're probably going to spend more time on November than we are now, just by virtue of the limited time we have until June. I wanted to make that point. So we have asked our department heads to do a budget cutting exercise, and we've asked each of them to look at 10%, not necessarily because we think 10% is the right number, but we wanted enough possible cuts and opportunities to look at reductions from all departments. And so we're in that process right now, and I can assure you it's not pretty. There's a lot of bodies and a lot of positions that are part that make up that 10%, including in our own department. But ultimately, we got to have a balanced budget, and I got to figure out how to fill that hole in that budget that's created by this potentially up to $13 million. So that's where we're at.
So in terms of the policy choices the select board eventually is going to have to make, how is that going to be presented to us in the form of the budget in June? Or are we going to go through a process before that to
we don't have
identify the things? Yeah,
I'm using the town school partnership as a way to try to generate consensus, because it's not just the select board. We have to engage the school committee and the advisory committee. So we're using the town school partnership as an existing mechanism. It's a public meeting to generate some of this stuff. But ultimately, I will put together my ideas and a balanced budget on June 2nd. And then there's another opportunity for the select board and others to try to reach consensus on a different plan if my proposals are not acceptable.
Okay. Well, I guess I'd like to give the select board an opportunity to give their ideas to the town school partnership, for example. So that their ideas, as well as the advisory committee and school committee, and Ben and I are part of the discussion.
Yeah, I mean, at one point I was suggesting that after last Friday, we would then, each group, whether it's the school committee, the select board, or the advisory committee, would independently kind of do this, sort of like what we're doing today, but come to votes. And it was, I think, I got feedback that no, we can't do that. We really got to keep the boards together to the extent we can. It's not the full boards, but so I would encourage you to feed into me if you have questions, but also Ben and Bernard, who will be at the meeting on Friday. And of course, you can participate, be a member. It's a public meeting, but I think at this point we're trying to use the members of the town school partnership to give me direction.
Okay.
So,
anything else? A lot to digest. Yeah. And the in the packet is the materials that were used at town school partnership meeting. Sort of summary of some of the issues we're dealing with. Okay, next you're going to talk about what was next on your agenda?
The next is
reopening.
No, it's COVID-19 issues, of which we're keeping this on the agenda every week, because every week we don't know, there's something new that comes up every week. And this week, what we'd like to talk about is the reopening plan, and that will feed into the discussion of NETA's operation, which has been allowed to open, at least under the governor's plan, next Monday, or in our case, it's Tuesday because Monday's a holiday. So we talk about the reopening plan, and then I want to talk about some of the data and reporting that is being done as part of the COVID-19 task force effort.
Great.
So on the reopening plan, I think I can be pretty brief on that. Everybody probably has read or seen the governor's reopening plan. Reopening plan is in 4 phases. The first phase is the one that's been identified, and that one, some of that happened actually yesterday. Some of the phase 1 opening went right into effect, and that included construction and some additional construction and manufacturing, and also houses of worship. Now, effective yesterday, are allowed to vary from the what the order prohibiting those activities. So that's in effect. Nothing much else happened yesterday. It was more of the same. But next week is the second part of phase 1, and next week is when retail establishments are able to open up for so-called curbside delivery or curbside services, and then that's where NETA comes in. And so I really want to talk about NETA for obvious reasons. It's a very big issue in our community, and I think many of us, me included, were surprised that it would be able to recreational use sales would be able to commence as soon as next week. But it is in phase 1. And so I know that NETA is available to talk about their proposed plan. They've been working with staff. It's all come together very quickly. But before I move to NETA, are there any general questions? Oh, so the other thing that I think we're struggling with a little bit is how our public parks and athletic facilities will be able to be used. There was this phrase in phase 1 starting next week that said some athletic courts and fields, and then in phase 2 it talks about more organized use. So we're trying to figure out what this some is. We think it might be tennis. We might have some discussions about that, but happy to have any further discussion about the governor's reopening plan and how that might affect us, at least in the next few weeks.
Yeah.
Office space is also allowed next week. That was another big one. And that would include anybody's offices. It wouldn't change the social distancing, however. So we would only be able to have 25% capacity in our buildings. For example, like town hall, we would not be opening the town hall to the public in that scenario, at least in phase 1. So happy to answer any questions. We have some other staff here, and then want to get to the big issue, which is NETA's opening next week.
Generally when we have this phase 1 opening, but I think we ought to sort of step up our so-called enforcement, meaning as a practical matter, signage and other efforts to make sure that people don't view this as time to party without your mask and without considering social distances, which seems to be happening throughout the country. I think we need to be a little more aggressive in terms of how we enforce or how we encourage people to keep their masks on and keep their distances.
So, general question. It's unclear to me how much discretion we have in light of the governor's order. So let's, for example, say we don't think that houses of worship should open. We just have this belief that in Brookline, it can't be done safely. Can we say, we know the governor said they could open, but we're not going to allow it?
Well, you can be sure that some mayors will say that, and some have already. They, indicated that this could be viewed as an one size fits all. I have to say that's a slippery slope. I'm one that believes that the governor, we belong to a Commonwealth, and the governor has taken a lot of time, including his task force, to make rules. We saw what happened when construction rules were different in one community versus another. Face coverings, it generates confusion and chaos. And so, although we don't always agree with everything the governor said, I'm one that believes we should go along with it because it helps make uniform communication and discussion. Now, this board certainly has the ability. I assume potentially we have to check with legal counsel to make alternatives. I guarantee you, there's going to be some cities that do that. I think we ought to be very careful before we do that.
Isn't the question not whether we, for example, ban church services or other types of events, but how we engage them to make sure that they're doing it intelligently, having the services in an intelligent way, with proper social distancing and other issues.
So, can I ask a question? I mean, say you have a relatively small space for a house of worship, and 200 people show up for a service, and you can't socially distance. What will we do? Are the houses of worship themselves? Can we require them to make sure that anyone who enters wears a mask, for instance, at the
Yes.
very least?
Yes, there's some pretty detailed guidance that the governor's order has created for all these various industries. Manufacturing, construction, I believe houses of worship have very detailed rules. And as I understand it, they are supposed to have a checklist. They have to meet a checklist. I assume that will talk about something similar on their side. They have to meet a checklist, and then they have to post that, and they have to provide that they did that. Ultimately, the town can do that, can enforce that, but there's a lot of houses of worship, and that's going to be a very difficult one. So we're surely hoping that the religious organizations and institutions in the community follow those rules. If they don't, then I think we have to consider something else.
I can looking forward to the NETA conversation. I do wonder. I'm not. We'll get to that in a second, I guess. Just wondering if we're going to actually make any decisions tonight or just hear some information. It feels like we're going to need. I think we received the memo just before our meeting, and we're going to need some time, I think, to think about what the proposals are. And I'll just certainly say I've been through that area recently. What a mess with all the construction and everything, and how we are going to have tons of new people coming in now that have been denied their supply for so long and are now coming into. I don't know what that's going to look like. I'm sure we have folks here. They're going to tell us it's going to be just fine, but I think we need to have a longer conversation than maybe we can have tonight about this and make some real decisions about it at a meeting before March 26th. I'm sorry, May 26th. What I wanted to ask about in the meantime was around data, and I've talked with Town Administrator Kleckner and Chair Green about this, and Dr. Jett in the past about this. I think it's time now that as things start to reopen, that we as a board take a really critical eye at the data as it progresses. I've been asking for this. I can't even. I have weeks now. And I think early on there was a fog of war situation. Things are moving so fast, and we'd love to provide you with more information, but we need to just do the work. I am at this point ready to sort of put my foot down for what it's worth as an elected official, elected by residents of Brookline to govern and to act in their interests. To say I need data every day. I need to know if the data is there and someone else in the town has it, I need to have it. I need to see it every day, and I need to know what those trend lines look like. I don't know, and if there's, and I'm talking about the deeper and more insightful data than just the number of cases. I think there are certain things that we can do when we know what's happening. I think take for instance the issue with the nursing homes. I wish we would have known about that sooner. I think the first time we heard it was actually in a response to a question that I just happened to ask. And that was the first time I remember at a select board meeting that we heard that there were, I think, 54 cases at the time at one nursing home. And that was just news to me. I didn't know about that before it was publicly shared in our select board meeting. I think when we have more information, we can do more. There are things we can do, like advocate, like call our members of Congress that we know personally and reach out to our state reps, even reach out to the governor's office if we think that more needs to be done. But in order to do that, we need to have the information. And I frankly just haven't felt throughout all of this that I have been informed in the way that I would expect to be. And going forward, we're going to have to make some really difficult decisions. If we start to open up and we as a town start to see things, we're going to have to decide. I think I'm not as comfortable anymore with what happened very early on, which is the select board was not part of those decisions. We're going to need to make decisions going forward. And to do that, I think we need the information. So that's
Well, I would just say, Raul, I don't want to cut you off, but we were planning to have that discussion this evening, and we're ready. We have people here to talk about it.
Right.
So I know some of it.
No, hold on. No, I don't want to go there. I think we're gonna have that discussion after the reopening, including NETA. I think that was the plan. Is that not correct, Bernard?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, all of it's part of the same discussion, but let's try to keep it organized by step by step.
I just feel like we're going to be here tonight with. I don't know how deep we're going to get into this NETA conversations. I feel we're going to be here tonight for another hour or so discussing NETA. Frankly, I mean,
well, I hope not.
I hope not, but about 20 people on the call right now.
Well, this is not a hearing, so I mean, what we're doing is getting a report on NETA's opening plan and conversations they've had with the town staff. Okay, Mel?
Well, I think you should hear from NETA directly. I think they're here prepared to talk to you about their plan, and then you can ask questions and staff can have some input.
Sure. This is Jennifer DePazzo Gilbert on behalf of NETA, and here with me is Amanda Rositano, the president of NETA. Just to take a step back for 1 second, on very early on and during the crisis and the pandemic, a new plan was provided to Maria Morelli and staff at the town hall about the changes to the operations at NETA, including the medical only, the social distancing, and all of the strict safety protocols that were put into place, even just to continue medical. And as you can imagine, revenues have been significantly impacted. There are no longer any lines whatsoever. And now the plan is to try to reopen adult use with all of those protocols in place, including reserve ahead only option beginning on Tuesday. NETA can't open on Memorial Day. That is one of the holidays that was put into the license condition to remain closed. So although it's allowed under the governor's order, Memorial Day is off limits to NETA. This morning, this afternoon, we had a really great call laying out the plan and the site plan and the significant operational changes that have been made. We had that virtual meeting with Todd Corain, with Dr. Jett, with Dan Bennett was on, Maria Morelli and Patty Correa, and with the whole NETA team. And it went really well. I haven't seen the memo that Maria Morelli provided. I believe she's on the call. But I'd like to really turn it over to Amanda to go through in detail what was discussed on the call and the significant changes that will be made that will severely reduce on-site visitors with the reserve ahead and time slot options, but we'll get adult use up and running again. So Amanda, I know you're on, if you'd like to go through that in a little bit more detail, and then we can take any questions you might have.
Sure thing. Thank you, Jennifer, and thanks everyone for having us tonight on such short notice. This too was definitely a pivot for us in terms of having to change our plans once again. You know, we had been, as Jennifer mentioned, we'd already been meeting and talking with town departments about about reintroducing adult use during this COVID environment, and how we were going to do that in a safe, effective way by utilizing the same systems that we've actually put in place now for our medical patients as we've been operating as an essential service, to make sure that we can maintain proper distancing and capacity limits and, you know, eliminate any type of crowding or anything like that on our site or at our site. As you know, the governor announced on Monday that retail sales would be allowed to resume on the 25th, and that all retail sales, including cannabis, would be temporarily restricted during phase 1 advanced fulfillment and curbside pickup, meaning similar to what we have in place, you must place your order in advance of your pickup. And in our case, you also must schedule a pickup time to be able to get that order. With that, as I mentioned, that's something that we've now put into place and we have in place for our medical patients. So it's a system that has been working. The curbside, excuse me, the curbside piece was not something we were necessarily expecting, although we had thought about it a bit. We've been operating with a curbside service for our medical patients out in Northampton. We've got a big parking lot there, so we introduced that service there, and it's been going great. So we do have some experience with this. And so when the governor's announcement came through that this is how we would have to operate, we quickly followed up with the Cannabis Control Commission to ensure that they would offer the same rules for adult use curbside as they allowed for medical use curbside, which includes a walk-up pickup option as opposed to an actual vehicle parking. And that's in essence what we would like to do at the Brookline store and at our Northampton store for that matter. For adult use, curbside would in essence mean door side pickup. And so if you wouldn't mind, I'd love to share a site plan that I think will help to show you how we're thinking about this. First and foremost, as I mentioned, we'll be controlling the volume of customers coming to our store through scheduled pickup times. And for each of those, pickup time slots, we'll cap the number of customers that will be allowed to visit during that time to a conservative number that we know will allow us to operate without lines. So we've already, like I said, implemented this for medical, and it's working really well. So it would be the same type of system that we have in place today, where we would cap for every 15 minutes, we'd cap the number of customers that could place an order. So, initially, let me share my screen here if I can. Sorry, I'm less familiar with the WebEx here. To figure out how I can share my screen with you all. Devin, is screen sharing an option for me?
I'm not sure it is for you.
Okay.
The three.
Glad I can do it. Sorry, my computer froze. Just need to make you the presenter.
Got it.
Okay, and do you see? Okay.
Can you all see my screen?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So, and I suspect this is quite small for you to see here. All right, so this is obviously our site. The way that we are thinking about this is our medical operations would stay exactly the same as they are today. So we wouldn't want to change anything there. It's working really well. As you all know, we launched a delivery service in Brookline for our medical patients. And that's been, supporting those folks who can't come into the store or who choose not to. So we'll continue with that service and then also allow our medical patients to come into the store for their reserve ahead scheduled pickup, reserve ahead orders with scheduled pickup times as we're doing today. For our adult use customers, the plan would be to utilize, what we're calling door side pickup service. So if you can see my cursor here, we would have a barricade set up across the top of the driveway here. Of course, I'll just say this up front that there's a communications plan and a marketing plan that goes along with this plan to ensure that folks know what to expect when they want to place an order at that end before they arrive. So there'll be signage on site here, but folks will walk up. There will be a security person at the gate. They will verify that they have reserve ahead order and that they're arriving within their scheduled pickup time. They'll check their ID at that point, and then they will be allowed to enter the lot. They would enter down the left side of the driveway to maintain 6-foot space along the driveway for those who also exit. Come down the lot. As you see here, we've got the 5 green dots indicate 5 NETA staff members who would have a mobile terminal that would accept debit or credit card payments. At the one point I neglected to mention is when the security person is checking your ID and verifying that you have a scheduled pickup order, they'll also radio to the door where those orders will be stored inside to let that person know, order number 5 is here, and they'll have that order ready to roll. Customer comes down, they go to the mobile terminal, they cash out. That transaction takes approximately 2 to 4 minutes, about 3 minutes on average, and they come grab their order at the door and exit the parking lot. Our intention would be to never have more than 10 customers on site at one given time, and we would control that through the scheduled pickup times. We don't, with this model and the caps on the scheduled pickup times, we don't anticipate any lines or queuing other than, the folks coming in, paying, and then exiting the lot. So we wouldn't be queuing up multiple people. There might be 1 or 2, but with a maximum of 10 customers in line, as we have been able to maintain all along through to comply with the town's ordinance. To give you a little bit of perspective on, capacity. So if we have 5 terminal, we have many more terminals that we could utilize if we needed to, but understanding that we're going to need to maintain social distancing in the lot, both among our staff and our customers, we would have 5 staff people in the lot, each with the mobile terminal. We would schedule, orders in 15-minute time slots. And there would be 15 orders per 15-minute time slot allowed.
Amanda, can you please tell the board what the difference of this new operational change, the impact of that on the numbers?
Yeah. So just to put this into perspective, with the curbside operation, we would max out at 600 customers a day. To put that into perspective, when on average we were seeing 2,500 customers a day through adult use, on our busiest days, we had seen 4,000 customers through the store. Prior to COVID, we were able to see 3,000 customers through our stores without any lines outside, utilizing the systems that we had in place. That was without scheduled pickup times. So the scheduled pickup times, ironically, I'm here proposing scheduled pickup times. I do indeed realize the irony of that situation. But we also, this is about safety, and we've taken this really, really seriously all along. In fact, as we were the only operator in the state to close adult use sales prior to the governor's order, because we knew that it would be very difficult to manage at our site. So we have taken this very, very, very seriously. We have a really comprehensive COVID-19 safety plan in place that's been reviewed and approved by the Cannabis Control Commission, and Dr. Jett, I believe, received that plan as well. So, the intention here is not to maximize sales. We recognize that that's not possible. And in fact, the intention here is just to get open and to be able to provide access once again to our customers. And we feel very confident, given that we have been operating with this scheduled pickup time model, that this will be effective at controlling the volume of customers. Of course, we have plans and talking points and materials that we would have available if indeed we had somebody show up outside of their pickup time or without an appointment. or a scheduled order to make sure that they understand the rules. And our communications campaign has already started with an update to our website, but we have a whole slew of marketing materials that will start to go out once we finalize this plan. So that's sort of the gist of it. We have about 50 employees that were furloughed that have been recalled back to work. So we're really excited to get our team back to work again. That's just in Brookline alone. So, at this one site, we're going to be able to support, another 43 jobs, I believe it was in total, that we had to let go temporarily. So, I will say that in addition to those 43 jobs, there were a number of layoffs at our Brookline site as well that won't be recalled back to work. That accounts for the fact that we know that even once we're allowed to serve customers in our store once again, that it will be quite some time before we're able to do the type of volume that we used to be able to do. And so we've sort of acknowledged that our volume will be reduced for a long time within or outside of the facility. And so we have adjusted our staffing to account for that. But like I said, we are eager to get folks back to work. Certainly people are eager to get back to work. So I'll pause there. I'm sure there's lots of questions. And one thing I didn't mention, but is important to mention is that the lot would be marked, the ground would be marked with 6 foot, distance to ensure that people know exactly where to stand to be properly distanced from one another.
And the other thing I didn't mention was that Lieutenant Paul Cullinane was also at our meeting today, and there are continuing discussions with him with respect to the location and of the door side pickup. Curbside is a little bit makes you think of vehicles coming up. But the lot isn't open, and we're continuing that site plan review with Maria Morelli, the hope being that this is phase 1 opening only, and that phase 2 will allow for social distancing within and all protocols in place within the building, and then the lot can reopen upon Maria Morelli's recommendation and the board's review of that.
Hi, this is Maria. Would it be appropriate for me to just step in? I think there were just some details that were very helpful to the conversation that really should also be incled here.
Right.
Would that be okay to
Maria,
mention?
admittedly, I'm a little tired.
I am, and I want to be helpful.
Definitely, please.
But
I missed something.
yeah, okay. So just to be helpful to the board, thank you very much to Amanda and Jennifer and your team. It was a very thoughtfully put together plan, but just to break this out, there are 2 phases. So the first phase, obviously, it would start on next Tuesday, May 26th. And that end date is approximately June 8th, or until the state could extend phase 1. So we just want to get that parameter in your mind. And just to split out adult use from medical, the customers are going to be channeled differently. So medical, there is no change. They're going to enter the building. There is no parking on the site. They still, like adult use, will reserve ahead with a specific pickup time. All those transactions are within the building, and the customers will exit on the Washington Street exit. For adult use, that is curbside, or as is more accurately described by Amanda, is door side pickup. So if you can see Amanda's site plan, actually outside the building, there will be the transactions. Now, staff really didn't want to have any transactions outside, but it is really impossible to ensure that customers can pay ahead. And Amanda can explain better than I can why that's a problem for cannabis product. So in order to have no queuing, there needs to be around 5 terminals outside. The product is not exchanged at those points. You'll see that the arrows continue past those terminals to the rear of the building where Amanda's cursor is circling. So that rear door of the building is where the the product will be handed off. Sometimes like a takeout window. If you're buying takeout, that's where the product is handed off, and that's what's considered curbside pickup. So there's also a very important detail. There would be a third police detail at the rear. Okay. So staff looked at this from a public safety point of view, from a security point of view, from like a health, social distancing point of view. And if you can think about customer demand management is always what we're looking at when we do site plan review. How feasible is it? You know, the volume per hour with the geometry you have. So this setup seems to work with the geometry and the pacing and the distancing requirements. If you think about, typically, I think Netta might have handled 300 customers per hour. That's going down to about 60. So you're used to seeing huge crowds on site. You're not going to see that during phase one. I think at this point, you know, what does phase two look like, especially since, let's say that the state isn't going to extend phase one and that begins June 9th. Phase two is going to move everyone inside. So the curbside or door side pickup, that goes away. And now both adult use and medical use customers are going to be going through the building. All transactions will be in the building. And what significant change would take place there is the lot would be opened up as it was permitted for vehicular parking. Now, site plan review, which was deferred when the crisis hit, that was going to look at dual functions of both customer queuing and vehicular parking on the lot. There is not going to be customer queuing on the lot in phase two. So there is no need for a trial lot opening. So that lot is going to be used as it was intended, as it was permitted for. So they already got a special permit for vehicular parking. So we don't have to see how both customer queuing and vehicular parking will work out. I just want to go back to phase one. There is a prohibition in our zoning bylaw, okay? And the select board, and I actually should have said town action. It's really, this isn't under the select board's jurisdiction, the zoning bylaw, but under section 4.13.5b subparagraph 1, all marijuana establishments, licensed operations shall be conducted within a building at a fixed location. So these 5 terminals are going to be outside the building footprint. And in this case, if we were to have just Payhead or just like one terminal at the building, the rear building, they wouldn't really be able to do much business at all. Basically, you'd be denying their conducting business because it just wouldn't work. Now, keep in mind, they're going from 300 customers processed an hour to about 60, and they're maintaining social distancing. So this seems to be a fair thing to offer. There would be 3 police officers on the site. There wouldn't be many people on the site. So from a health, public safety, and security point of view, staff felt this was a very highly controlled situation, and it was actually going to be for a short period of time, as far as we know, through June 8th. So staff felt satisfied with that approach. And what that means, we can't waive that prohibition, but there would be a notion of forbearance. So the building commissioner and both the police have jurisdiction over enforcement of that particular aspect of the zoning bylaw. And in this case, during phase 1, they would not enforce that.
Maria, if I could just add a couple quick points, in terms of, the only thing that will happen outside of the facility is that, that electronic payment. And the CCC has viewed this as being akin to making an online payment. So, that is just one way of thinking about it. There's not going to be an exchange of product at that point. It's, it would be similar to somebody paying from their phone in the parking lot. We just, to Maria's point earlier, we would love, we would love to have the ability to have our customers pay in advance of their pickup. We are working with a number of different processors to try to be able to do that. It's complicated with campus, unfortunately. We don't have your typical credit card processing operations. And so, there's a number of workarounds that need to happen in order to enable that. And we just don't have that option at this point in time. Although we are working on it and hope to have something like that in the future, which ultimately will be great even for when we're serving folks inside the building. It will speed up those transactions even faster. But the other point I just wanted to make sure everyone was clear on is that these are just small mobile terminals. They're about the size of a large cell phone. So I just wanted to make sure people understood that we're not going to have cash registers or points of sale set up outside.
I guess I would be a little more comfortable relying on an opinion that this is similar to online transactions than relying on our ability to forbear enforcing the prohibition in the zoning bylaws.
So I'm not sure if you're directing that to me, Chair, Mr. Chair. The building commissioner was in on the call. We spent a great deal of time with town council, with the building commissioner, with Lieutenant Paul Cullinane. We do take, I'm in regulatory, we do take town regulations and bylaws highly seriously. And what we're trying to do here is facilitate. Keep in mind, there are farmers markets who have their little square, and there are transactions that are handled. What was key for us is that the exchange of product does not take place outside the building footprint. It is at that doorway, which is allowed by the state. So we feel that this is the bylaw, was written that way because to make sure that product isn't exchanged outside. But clearly the bylaw did not see this situation. So I think the two aspects of a transaction are split between the actual, use of the credit card, which is, like a farmer's market, and the actual handing over the product, which is consistent with the provisions of the governor's order.
But you're right, Mr. Chair, insofar as the transaction is all done ahead of time and online, and it's a swipe of a card and a pickup at the door.
Could I ask a question? How are you going to maintain social distancing between the customer and the cashier?
Sure. So, well, first of all, everyone will be wearing proper personal protective equipment, which I think is important. In any workplaces that are allowed to be opened at this point in time, there's a recognition that maintaining 6 foot distance is a priority, but there might be times where you're coming within contact at less than 6 foot of somebody, and that personal protective equipment is in place in order to ensure that they're protected.
Let me ask a question about that. Let me ask a question, because are you going to say to people who arrive without a mask, I'm sorry, but you can't come on our site?
Yes. So first of all, yes, we're already doing that. And in fact, we have a supply of masks that we will offer to our customers if they do show up without one. If they have a reservation and they don't have a mask, we do have masks that we will offer the customer. We will not allow a customer or a patient on site without proper face covering. And that's, town of Brookline rules, that's state rules right now. And we're really concerned about protecting our employees. So that's just not something that we're willing to ease up on. Okay. To answer your question about how we'll maintain distancing, we'll actually mark the pavement, with 6 foot hash marks to indicate where people should stand, and that will include, the staff terminal points where the staff will stand, and then 6 feet across from them where the customer will stand, and they can hand off the card with an arm's length to be able to manage that 6-foot distance.
There's going to be no furniture there, just the staff person is there holding the device. Is that correct?
That's correct.
2 questions from me. First, I don't think I heard mention of hours. I'm just wondering whether there's any proposed change to the current hours of operation. And then second question is, on the site plan, I don't see a porta potty. So are there restrooms provided, or are they disappearing?
Yep, they're actually right here. I apologize that they're not labeled. We had to strip this site plan down to utilize it, and it was a bit of a scramble, but they are still there on site and they're still being maintained. They're not being used because people are using the restrooms inside at this point, but for the adult use operations, they may, and we intend to keep them operating.
Okay, that's important.
As for the hours, there's no reduction in hours proposed.
Are you also requiring gloves?
For our staff. Yep, and and importantly, we sanitize our devices. We sanitize, and this is happening currently, right? Anytime there's a shared device or piece of equipment, that gets sanitized between uses as well.
These outside terminals, what happens in the event of inclement weather?
Umbrellas.
Okay.
We did discuss a tent, and that's something we'd certainly be open to if it's preferred. The one issue with a tent would be security camera coverage. So these transactions need to happen on camera. We do currently have full coverage of the parking lot. So if we were to utilize a tent, it would just have to be high enough that the cameras would be able to go underneath it. But our plan would be to have disposable ponchos on site for our customers if they need it, and have umbrellas for our staff. But at this point, we're not planning a tent unless it's recommended by the select board or the town.
Thank you.
And again, I just want to reiterate that there's no intention, there's no lines here. So these folks who are coming at their scheduled pickup time. They're transacting, they're grabbing their order, and they're leaving. We're not queuing people up. There shouldn't be an expectation that you're going to see a line of people waiting, because we're going to control that with the pickup windows. And as I mentioned, we know how important the optics of this are. We understand that we would much prefer to do this inside, but we're going to do everything that we can to do this in a way that's controlled, and that doesn't create any kind of nuisance for our neighbors. Understanding that people will not likely like seeing anyone in our parking lot. We've learned that, but we are hoping for some acceptance that this is really unfortunate and unusual times, and this would be a very temporary measure that will control through the pickup times.
So you're going to have a lot of pin-up demand coming out on Tuesday. How are you communicating to that demand that these new rules apply? And what happens if someone just says, I'm going to drop by and pick up some pot?
Well, first of all, if they drive by, they'll see a sign outside. So there will be signage on site, the sandwich board type signs that are visible from the street. We'll have website updates. We have, our adult use customers have almost all largely opted into our email list. So we have, thousands and thousands of customers that we'll be reaching out to and letting them know exactly what the rules are. So there's, as I mentioned earlier on, there's a whole marketing campaign that goes along with this. It's email, it's social media, it's the website, it's signage on site, it's enforcing those rules when people walk up to walk in, and we let them know exactly, that they can't, and exactly how they can order. We have cards, handouts. So if somebody shows up and they don't have an appointment, we hand off a postcard that lets them know, we're closed for full service. You must reserve ahead. Here's how you do it, and we send them on the. So we're, we think we've thought through the communications plan comprehensively, and I think that it's also important to note that this is not a NETA specific restriction, right? This is all retail across the state is restricted to curbside right now. So I do think that people will largely recognize that. And so I think that we won't have any stragglers. No, I think that it's reasonable to assume that some people will just want to show up, but I do think that it will be few and far between, given A, the state order, and B, the communications plan that we have ready to roll.
Right. One question that was asked of or by a resident has to do with access by wheelchair individuals or individuals in wheelchairs. It looks like it's just a question of them going through the line like anyone else. Is that the case?
Yeah, so I mean, if they were an adult use customer, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, this wouldn't prevent them from coming onto the site.
So are the medical customers going to go through this same, or they're going to go in the building?
Nope, they're going to, nothing will change in terms of our medical operations. And we really think that that's wise. Why commingle additional people in the parking lot if they're being safely served through our store right now, which they are. Just for your information, we have been planning to, this adult use reopening in the store. And one of the things that we've done inside the stores is all of our registers now, all of our point of sales are outfitted with glass partitions. So permanent glass, not kind of cheap plexiglass, but nice permanent glass partitions that really go with the aesthetic of the historic building that we've installed to protect our staff and protect our customers for those transactions within the store. And I invite any of you at any point to come and see how we've set up if you're interested. But we do have all of the floor marked out with 6 feet and the flow of customers to ensure that we can maintain that proper distancing. And all along, we have been following the town's 10-person queuing rule with no issues.
Can I ask you your experience with the home deliveries?
Sure.
Under medical, how many do you do a day, and how has that been working?
It's been working really great, actually. Our customers, our medical patients, are really enjoying this service. So right now we are running 2 trucks, 3 days a week. So I believe that it's about 50 orders a day. I think we've got Fran on the line, who is not a presenter, but I'm going to text her right now just to confirm that number. And if you can hear me, 70 orders a day, 70 orders out of those 2 trucks. So about 35 orders a truck.
Great.
And have you considered doing this for the adult use?
We would love to. Unfortunately, that's not yet allowed under the regulations.
So I have some questions about how people are going to get to the business. I know that we've spent some time talking about transportation demand management, and I'm pleased that you have such a robust communication system with your customers, because I think that is the key to a really good transportation demand management. What was the split before COVID-19 on how people were getting to your site, like car versus non-car, and how can you kind of leverage the communication to try to get people to take alternatives to the instead of driving?
Sure. We've actually, prior to COVID, the last study that we did indicated that half of our customers who travel to NETA actually come by means other than a vehicle, which we think is pretty good. Keep in mind, we still have 25 parking spots up at Homewood Suites. We think those 25 spots plus the patient-only parking lot that we have directly across the street on Route 9 will be more than sufficient for any parkers that are coming to the site, given the reduced capacity that we'll be serving. So I think that we do have enough parking. on-street parking aside, I think that we have enough parking to serve the customers that will be coming at Homewood Suites. And obviously, we would expect that a similar number will continue to use the T, but I admittedly don't know how T ridership has shifted during this crisis. Does that answer your question?
Yes, I'll just take the moment to try to incentivize your customers to do something other than driving. I know it's very difficult right now to get people to take transit because there are all kinds of concerns, but the first start is just advertising that they should think about how they're going to get there and try to use something other than a car.
Absolutely, and in fact, that's been part of our communication strategy even prior to COVID. So that's something that we've continued to reiterate with our customers. We have a transportation guide up on our website. It's something we have notifications that go out to our customers to remind them to use the T. So
it's actually, yep, it's still accounted for in all of our pickup emails and text messages, as well as the pop up on the Reserve Ahead site.
There's Fran.
Excellent. And actually, I will say, if there's anything the town can be doing to facilitate this, I know we talked about Blue Bikes station, maybe we look at widening some sidewalks, around that area. Let us know, because what I want to avoid is there's construction going on in that intersection again. And I don't want a repeat of last summer. And that's not necessarily on you guys, but, fool me once on the town. Let's not be fooled twice.
Understood. And I think, with the limited capacity that will be served, it'll give us an opportunity to really get that message, have some time to get that message out before our capacity increases further.
I'm just going to step in because I want to make sure that we keep in mind that what was before the board and got deferred was the site plan review report. So staff had submitted something March 12th, and that's really become outdated. So for phase 2, when all of the customers are going to be entering the building, we're going to be revisiting site plan review with the NETA team. So that we can give you a full, well-documented report on really what site plan review looks like. As you know, a transportation impact study is part of this, and I know that Todd is on the line here, but a transportation impact study needs to be updated. We feel with traffic volumes going way down, it really doesn't pay to go through that exercise and really have a false picture of the impact study. So there was a deadline in the license that one needed to be updated and submitted, I think, in March, so spring 2020. So we'd like to defer that or ask the board if we can extend that deadline to September 2020. And I'll just turn it over to Todd if he wants to add or change anything that I said. I'm not sure if Todd's there, but
I am.
You are okay.
Sorry, what you said is exactly what we discussed this afternoon with the team. Based on the traffic volumes, based on their changing up their the way they're going to operate, based on the reduced number of customers that are going to be coming through in this phase 1, it didn't make sense for me. Nor the police department to have the study done now and present essentially what will be a false, sort of a false image of how things would operate under normal conditions. So we all agreed that it'd be best that we postpone until September 2020, when hopefully things will be back to the new normal, and we'll get a better picture of how everything's operating at that time.
So how would the board act on that and take it up at the next meeting?
One suggestion is to simply vote right now to extend that deadline so that we can do our planning.
On the agenda.
That's true. It's not. I apologize. So we could put it on a future. We will work with NETA on a date when we will submit a site plan review report to the board.
Okay. I'd be more comfortable having it on the agenda so we can think about it and then vote formally to extend. That it? Any other questions or anything else to add? Is Lieutenant Cullinane available? Does he have anything to add to the conversation?
Hi, good evening, Chairman Green.
Good evening.
Members of the board. I think the plan is very well designed. I think the reduction of patients and customers is going to greatly enhance the quality of life issues surrounding the village area, particularly Walnut Street, White Place. I think you'll see parking reductions on the streets. I think it's going to work pretty well.
Great. Now, Mr. Kleckner, refresh my memory. We don't have to vote on this. Of course, it's not on the agenda, so we couldn't. But we don't have to vote on it next week either. It's just presented to us to make sure that there is a plan in place. Correct?
Yes, generally, yes. I mean, this board has issued a license to NETA to operate, and the governor has prohibited them from doing so for adult use for several weeks, and is now giving them an opportunity to get back into business. As far as I know, other than the point of sale issue, I'm not aware of any violations of the license conditions. In fact, as has been said, there's going to be a tremendous volume reduction, and let's remember that NETA voluntarily eliminated adult sales before they had to during this crisis. So.
What about the select board action that's listed on the memo that we received?
Yes, yes, this is Maria. So I was not correct in saying it was a select board action. It was really like a town response. So that jurisdiction for that aspect of the bylaw, that's under zoning. So that jurisdiction falls under the building commissioner and the police department. So the select board does not have jurisdiction over the zoning bylaw.
But having said that, I want you to be aware that, there is a technical difference there between point of sale type of units and what our zoning bylaw requires. So if we're going to allow that, I don't want to be misleading to you where we wouldn't enforce that.
But I guess I would like to see that as we wouldn't enforce that because the point of sale or the transactions are separate from the actual sale or transfer of the marijuana to the customer. I don't mean to be technical, but from that standpoint, we don't really have to forbear because they're not really violating anything. But forbearance, is I guess appropriate word to use if you want to do that.
So this is Jennifer. I agree with you, Mr. Chair, that is the correct analysis of that. And I would, urge you to check in with your town council. But I don't look at it as forbearance. I look at it as all transactions having occurred except for the swipe of the card and the product being packaged within the building and delivered at the door, just like you would pick up your takeout food for dinner.
So what's the opportunity for public input on this? This wasn't on our listed on our agenda. This is an area that we know from the past has been of great community concern. I'm just where's the public engagement going to take place between now and presume? And by the way, decent plan. There might be some issues that I'm not aware of because I don't live in that area or haven't been following things that closely in that particular area. I just wondering does that opportunity exist for public input, and if not, why not?
So I will just speak as a town employee. I really do believe in being very proactive with the community. I it's just being proactive, whether it is the town administrator's office or if I can assist. I know Lieutenant Cullinane has been remarkable in maintaining a rapport, but I think it would be nice to have some kind of statement on behalf of the town to just say, we've reviewed this plan. This is what the expectations are. That is one approach.
Well, and we also encourage the public to send, as they have been doing, their comments to the select board for our review and for review and action by the Cannabis Mitigation Advisory Committee once it's set up, hopefully within the next couple weeks, shortly after adult sales opens.
Why not host some kind of virtual session where people can give feedback directly and ask questions directly about this between now and, I thought when I saw the memo, I thought, okay, we're going to have another meeting about this, which would be, we would let people know what was happening. They'd be able to tune in, ask questions, presumably if we did a public hearing, and then that would help shape the plan and improve it likely in ways that might be helpful. It just seems like we're completely skipping any public process.
So I just want to step in. So the governor's order came yesterday. We got this, the NETA had to put their plan together based on late coming information. Right. And they can open next week. And now keep in mind, this is a business that has been just like bleeding. Like, sales volume has gone down like 85%. So this is like a multi-pronged approach. We just wanted to be able to get our internal team together. We got 7 departments together on, in no time, to meet with all of NETA's team to really kick the tires and to see if there were any safety, security issues and building code violations in addition to license or our town regulations. I just would recommend considering the timeline. These are not ordinary circumstances, that we do make a very sensitive, proactive step toward the community, because we have our community contacts and say, this is what we know at this time. And over this period, this is how we would expect you to communicate with us. If you notice anything that really isn't working, is affecting quality of life. Because there is going to be such a dramatic decline in parking on side streets and queuing on the lot, we feel that there might actually be some favorable changes. And that might be something that we could just, announce to the public as an expectation. But certainly the lines of communication, we can be proactive about expectations, but the line of communication has always been open, especially with the police department, because remember, it is important to track any complaints. There are codes with like a marijuana complaint code at the police department. So that's not to say we're putting all of that burden on the police, but it's important for us to track the nature of the complaints.
Seems to me like we've got enough time to put a virtual Zoom session together. I'm curious to hear what other board members think about it. I don't know why we can't do that and get feedback from the public between now and then. It seems
so
like
we're
I'm not sure what the feedback would.
Yeah, we're happy to share the plan with the neighbors through Maria. It can be posted, and we're happy to take feedback directly and from the neighbors. But this is like any other, really, really busy retail. We've gone to reserve ahead with appointment only. You're talking about a really, really significant reduction in operations, in staff. No more than 10 customers at any given time. And, so we're happy to share the plan and take feedback from the neighbors.
Yeah, I think it's a decent plan, but there's also other things that I've thought were fine before. And then the public raises questions and concerns that are fair and reasonable that I hadn't thought of. And that's why we have public process. I just don't know why we're setting it aside now when it seems like we have time to engage the public in this. I mean, it doesn't need to be anything more than I just mentioned, but to provide an opportunity for people to directly. Again, maybe I'm alone on this, and so I'll stop asking.
If I could just be helpful, you can do that. I certainly think any type of format for communicating with the public, but we also have to manage expectations. I think NETA is trying to and implement on Tuesday. If there's any expectation that they might be delaying, I don't think we want to set that false expectation with the public. Okay.
So how about this idea? I mean, we have this cannabis mitigation advisory committee. Needs a shorter name. That we're going to establish now that we've interviewed all the applicants. Hopefully establish within a week or so of opening. At that point, we'll have something for people to react to, and maybe that committee is the forum by which we can get some robust public comment input. I mean, I agree. I mean, we can't give people expectation that public input's going to delay or substantially change the plan of operations, but we can make those changes after a public process through the committee.
And the other thing that's going to happen is it's going to open, and if there are violations, believe me, we'll hear about it, and you'll hear about it even quicker.
Right.
But every single retail operation has to go door side or curbside with all of these restrictions in place, and so for every business to submit their plan and go through a public process. I understand this is different, but you've just heard that this is basically going to be reserve ahead with windows and almost I don't know the percentage, but quite a significant impact on folks coming to the site. So it's not the same operation. I don't think it ever will be again because of the social distancing that's going to continue into the foreseeable future for all retail operations.
And could I add that prior to COVID, I established a line of communications with the Village Neighborhood Association. I'm on their Google website, their Google chain, and they have my number. They directly communicate with me, and I can more than reach out to them to inform them of the changes in the operation.
Great.
That sounds like a good idea to me. I think that and maybe Netta could hold some sort of a online forum for them.
We'd be happy to work with Paul, Nancy. We'd be happy to work with Paul on any issues that might be raised with him through his neighborhood contacts.
Okay. Well, I can see that the timing is really tough because yesterday was not enough time for us to get this on our agenda. We should have posted it on Friday, and we will have a meeting on Tuesday night, but you will have already opened during the day. So, I mean, maybe what we should do is wait and see how this works and have a week of experience. I mean, I haven't done this before. Have a week of experience and then have some scheduled I could have it maybe one at the end of this week and one at the end of the following week after there's a week of experience or whatever. I mean, the time frames are so compressed that, you have to do that.
I don't mean to focus on the committee, Ms. Heller, that you and Ms. Hamilton are going to be organizing, but I mean, this is the type of stuff that the committee was designed to address. So we can have something before the committee is organized, but I just want to make sure that we engage the committee in that type of process.
Well, yeah, and I do think in this instance, the wider audience, I mean, a committee is going to be only a certain number of people, but we want to have the wider audience involved. So I think the lieutenant's suggestion of communicating with I assume his email list is robust, and Netta must also have an email list of neighbors. It's also robust. So I think given that, it's a good way to go.
Yeah.
I have to say I'm with Raul on this. I think we owe it to the neighborhood to allow them a vehicle to express, either questions or comments before Tuesday. Last summer was really, really rocky, and waiting to see what happens, I don't think is the right approach.
No, I wasn't suggesting we wait. I was suggesting that we have something at the end of this, toward the end of the Thursday or Friday, that Netta hosts some sort of, with email notification to as many neighbors as, and the lieutenant's list, et cetera. And then let neighbors express their concerns, understand what they're saying, maybe modify the plan, I don't know. And then at the end of the next week, do it again and see what people say in terms of the experience. I was not suggesting that we wait.
So I think this board needs to do something, and there certainly needs to be some process that happens at the end of this week. At the very least, we need to have this docketed for a conversation next Tuesday after we've got a day of experience, and at least have a little bit of an opportunity in the moment to react based on at least one day of experience with how this goes, probably the busiest day.
So are you suggesting a hearing or public comment, organized public comment on Tuesday?
I think it needs to be a hearing on Tuesday.
Pardon me?
It needs to be a hearing. It can't just be public comment. There needs to be a docketed conversation where we, the board, can hear how the experience was and hear concerns about the reopening plan.
What I can do in advance, if you'd like, is I can contact my group, inform them of the opening date, the procedure we're going to go through, and then tell them that there will be a hearing later in the week to discuss it, or later that night.
Yeah, my concern with a select board hearing on Tuesday is I'm not sure what 7 hours worth of experience, or however many hours worth of experience on Tuesday, is going to tell us. There are going to be, I assume, there are going to be problems that is going to have to fix, and there'll be a period of time when it's maybe a little rocky. And it's, we need to wait and see how they work through those problems, and then set up a way to to address them. I'm not saying that we can't. I mean that Netta shouldn't organize an opportunity for neighbors to make comments this week or whenever. But in terms of formal select board docketed hearing, I think it's really too soon.
I just want to add that keep in mind that there are departments that do have enforcement jurisdiction, and they're going to be very busy that week. Think of all the complaints that might be going to the public health department. So we do want an opportunity when there is a hearing to separate, fact from speculation, to look at complaints, to have the departments where there is enforcement, to give you data that's accurate. There's going to be a huge, probably maybe response to complaints. So I think I would just want to separate, we always want to have a communication channel open both ways, anticipating resident community concern and being proactive about expectations, allowing a forum where people can air their grievances. But just keep in mind the first week that we're trying to after we hear the governor's order, that's going to be a really challenging week. So I just wanted, just to put that out there to give staff an opportunity to play a role in this as well.
Yeah, if I could just chime in on on the first day, to be perfectly honest with you guys, the idea of sitting at a hearing while we're still operating, because we close at 8 o'clock, it's really important for me to be on site that day. and for me to be watching exactly what's going on and making sure that if there are changes or improvements that we need to make, that I'm there and I'm on site and I'm making sure that that those things are happening. So while we'll do whatever this board thinks is best, I would ask for a little more than half a day of business to be able to make sure that we're ready to come back to you. It's just.
I think that's what I was about to say. I think it makes. What I would love to see is this week some opportunity for folks to give input before things happen, and then maybe a week after for us to have an opportunity to feedback from folks after. We've got a week of data of being open for us to hear from the public about how it's going, and then to work with you all to make any necessary changes. And by the way, can I just say, I think what you've presented today seems sensible to me. I think that your success is tied to ours and vice versa. And so I want you all to be successful. It's beneficial to the town that you are in all the different ways. I just want to make sure that folks have an opportunity to weigh in beyond just those of us that have the opportunity to be on a call like this. That's it.
We'll be sure to keep in close contact with Lieutenant Cullinane and Maria throughout the opening.
Prior to the COVID, we had, I worked with Netta pretty closely to resolve citizen complaints. So I don't anticipate that that'll change now that they're reopening. So we'll as the complaints come in, we'll address them immediately and we'll make modifications.
Amanda, I know that next few days before opening is going to be very busy for you. I mean, if the board wants you to be able to open and address all the concerns that we and the community has, you have to be out there this week preparing for that. But is there a way in which you can host an online event where people can call in or call in and express their concerns, their fears, whatever, before opening?
We can try to set that up maybe for. It is.
I think shouldn't we be working with Paul Cullinane to do that?
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Let's
set something up using his email list and your contacts and others to reach out to the community. I mean, frankly, I want to just say this. That's disrupting their ability to make sure that the opening goes as smoothly as we want it to go. But if there's a need for public comment, maybe this is a way to do it with minimal disruption.
I would be, Mr. Chairman, I would be happy to discuss with the town administrator any memos I could prepare on your behalf that could summarize what we know. I think that might be very helpful to the community, as I think they just want to know that there's a plan and they want to know that it was reviewed and there was really some thought put into it. So if we could do that as a first step before any forum, I think that could be very helpful. So I could discuss that with Mr. Kleckner.
Okay. What I'm proposing is not so much a forum as just an opportunity over WebEx or Zoom or whatever for people to call in and ask their questions or make their comments and get a response from someone from Netta. And that can be initiated by a memo from you or whatever, whoever, letting people know about the meeting as well as giving them the background on the plan. That makes sense, Maria?
I just thought that as a first step before we we might address 80% of folks' questions. So I think that I'm not certainly being arrogant to think that I've thought of everything that the community and abutters might have, but I just thought as a first step, put something out there as a communique, which might answer most questions and then allow some kind of immediacy for follow-up questions. Just wanted to start there.
Hey, what do people think?
I did just want to mention that I have already been in contact with at least a couple of the neighbors, as early as today. So we are already, getting some questions, and we will ensure that as those come in, that we're responding individually to those folks as well. Whatever else we decide to do, I just wanted to let folks know that our neighbors do know that they have access to us, and they do reach out, and we are responsive when they do.
Okay, well, I guess what this board is doing is asking you to do something this week. What the board members think that ask should be. Are any board members on here?
Well, we're kind of weary.
I'll jump in. I think that we should have a public hearing that involves the select board, like Friday, to allow a venue for people to, either register their comments, complaints, questions.
So you want to have a select board meeting on Friday?
I think we owe it to the neighborhood.
What do other people think?
I don't know. I mean, I certainly want to have the neighbors have a robust opportunity to ask their questions, to look at the plan. I'm not convinced that we actually need to post it. I mean, we'd have to do it tomorrow morning, basically. We're not going to do it Friday night. So, I think it's very short timing here. That's just a problem. But I do think that if we send out Maria's memo plus some other information and other things she could put together in the email from Lieutenant Cullinane and also from Netta, who has a contact list as well. I think that at least people would see the plan and be able to react to it. And if they had some sort of a forum, town officials can be there. I'm not, excluding that. But I'm just saying that, and give people an opportunity, with WebEx or Zoom or wherever, to weigh in and say, okay, well, what happens if there's 10 people waiting on the street, or, what are you going to do? How are you going to respond to any problems? I think that would go a long way towards, rather than setting up the formal mechanism of a public hearing with, I don't know that we necessarily need that. And when would we have it? We're not going to have it Friday night, so.
I can have it Friday afternoon. We had other meetings.
I'm good with the hearing. We don't have anything to vote on, so I also okay with us having a forum. Whether we call it a hearing or forum, I don't know, but where if the majority of the board members can agree to be there, if it's a forum, understanding that also we have board members that work as well during the day. So if that's a problem, I wouldn't want to set something up where a board member would need to miss a public hearing because of work and on short notice. But I think whether we do it as a hearing or a forum, I think it's important to have that opportunity.
So I get that Tuesday night is not ideal. I fully admit that. I'm simply trying to give this board an opportunity to be responsive to public feedback. And we can have something on Friday, whether we call it a hearing or a forum, which is going to be inherently speculative. We can all prognosticate about what's going to happen and whether this is a good idea or not. And I can almost guarantee that we're going to get feedback, people saying, this isn't going to work, you should do X, Y, or Z. And without the board acting having the opportunity to act as a licensing authority, you're putting NETA and staff in a really bad position where they're going to say, well, the board needs to weigh in on this. We haven't docketed an opportunity. And we're going to hear about it on Tuesday night. And our response is going to be, well, we're not docketed for a conversation. Sorry, come back next week. And I just don't think that's the right stance for the board to take. I'm trying to make lemonade out of a bad situation and give us an opportunity to do something and be responsive to public comment.
What would be the questions on the agenda that the board would be acting on?
Well, I think we could have a similar conversation to what we had tonight. There's nothing for us to vote on tonight, but we can certainly express our will and react to public comment and what we hear from NETA in response.
Would it be helpful if NETA held a forum and then reported to staff on the forum, and then you had those results?
I think something is better than nothing. And I'm again simply trying to put the board in a position where it can act as the licensing authority and be responsive to what it's hearing from NETA and the public and play a mediator. And I don't know where we're going to land. I don't have an opinion. I just want it to be part of the conversation.
So what we could do is we could hold a forum and invite the neighbors and the public using the listservs that we have available to us, and the board could join that forum that's hosted by NETA.
Sure. I mean, that's...
Yeah, that makes sense. How does that work from the standpoint of open meeting law?
You'd have to post it. You'd have to post it if a majority are going to join and discuss. You would have to post that you would be joining the NETA hosted Zoom or WebEx or whatever platform we use.
That means it would have to be on Friday because we don't have enough time to post it. You know.
I guess that's only if the select board is going to be there to deliberate. What if we're just part of the audience? I mean, because frankly, we are on Zoom meetings as a quorum many times. And not saying anything, but it happens all the time. So
yeah, staff could attend and report back to you. Any town staff, right? We would invite all the town different departments, whether it be transportation, planning, Lieutenant Cullinane, et cetera, and those members of the select board that wanted to listen in could listen in, and then staff could prepare a report to you, and you could decide based on that report whether any further follow-up was needed.
So I think all of that's great, and I will do whatever's helpful, but just keep in mind that right now we looked at a plan that we think is feasible. It cannot break any laws. There's no public, congregating on the sidewalk. They can't just queue a line. That's like, they can't do that. So we could talk about hypotheticals, or we could talk about actual scenarios where staff has weighed in and is making a recommendation to the board. Is really hard for, staff to weigh in on a recommendation to the board if we haven't convened, to discuss it. So, I'm just a problem solver here. I understand that there's a huge communication component, and I'm certainly all about ensuring that that forum is designed so that it's an airing. If you're going to be making decisions, I really advise you, strongly urge you to consider that we do want staff to provide some kind of recommendation.
Right. Okay, so here's what I suggest. We're not going to be making any decisions this week, but I'd like Maria and Jennifer and who else, Lieutenant Cullinane, to put together such a forum and make sure that the board at our Tuesday meeting is aware of what happened at the forum, the comments from the community, and then we can decide what action we can take going into the future. I just want to make sure that the committee that we're establishing is involved in this process at some point. So. Is that okay with everyone?
Yes.
So just to clarify, I can
dropping everything in Maria's lap.
I will. I will get a. I will notify my email chain when Netta gives me a time and a date for the Zoom meeting or whatever, the WebEx meeting, and Maria will report back to you their problems or their
Right.
issues.
Right.
Sure.
Now, I know it's not going to be soon enough to get into our board packet, but whatever you can get, Monday or even Tuesday morning would be good. It's going to be a problem for us to digest it if it's close to the time of our meeting, but that's life.
I'm okay with this, and if you can share the link with the board members, and that way we can, if we can make it live, we can be there as attendees, not participants. And if you could record that session so that it's available for folks to watch later, including board members that might not be able to make it, that would be helpful too.
Sure, and we'll be sure to have a call-in option for those that don't have the other technology.
Great. Thank you.
Right. Okay, let's move on. I would like to end this meeting the same day we started it. And it's 10:10 right now. Any further discussion of this? No. Okay. Mr. Kleckner, next item is your presentation or your report on our data collecting and presentation with respect to the COVID situation.
Okay. All right. So I know that Select Board Member Fernandez has spoken up about this a little bit previously, and so I do want to get into the data and what the board's expectations are. I do want to make a couple of comments. Myself and our board and our staff, we report to the board, the full board, but we try to be responsive to individual board members. I will personally say that I feel like I'm very responsive to individual board members, and I'm sorry you feel this way, Raul. I can assure you that we're not trying to hide information from the board or somehow not do work. We're working pretty hard. I'll say myself, I haven't had a day off for about 6 weeks, literally. And I know that Dr. Jett and the police and fire chiefs and others who are on the front lines of this are feeling the same way. So, we're trying very hard to be responsive. I agree that we have not provided the board as consistent data that as we should have. But to suggest that it's anything else or that we're trying to limit the board's discretion, I will say, and I think Dr. Jett will say, I don't know what the expectations are for Brookline specific data, but we're a very small, relatively small community. We don't put together data that creates the kind of trending that I think you're going to be able to work in real time and make decisions that affect Brookline as opposed to the region. But I'll let Dr. Jett speak to that. I will say that I will make a couple of commitments. First of all, if there is case data that is being generated on a daily basis, whenever, you should get that in advance of when it's posted. I thought I was doing that, and I guess we fell by the wayside. Secondly, when we received reports that from Dr. Jett related to health data, including charts or graphs or trending, we'll provide that to the board. And other than that, I think Dr. Jett's going to have to talk about the data. We do put data on the website, and we can show what it is. I'd be interested as a layperson, what is it that you're looking for that's not there, or the frequency of whatever. But I don't think it's quite fair to make those statements.
I don't know that I made a lot of the statements that you were referring to. I've not impugned anyone in the staff or said that anyone was dragging or was hiding anything. I didn't make any of those statements, so I don't. We can go back in the tape, but let's not be appreciative of all the work the staff has done. I think this is one area where I think that I mentioned fog of war before and things like that, and this is one area where I just think it's really important for us and through extension from us for the public to have data. That's all I've said. So I'm sorry if that was the way it was taken. That was not my intention.
Mr. Kleckner, one thing, or maybe Dr. Jett, one thing that I think is very important in terms of the data, especially as we enter in this, Mr. Hyde doesn't want us to use reopening, but whatever it is that's coming up, is trend lines. A couple times we did show trends of cases and deaths here in Brookline. I think that's really, really important. It doesn't require much more than just, putting the data or putting the case numbers over a period of time, as opposed to just receiving, daily numbers without any, context of, whether it's going up or going down. So, I mean, that would be my only request with respect to the data.
So, Mr. Clayton, you mind if I jump in?
Sure. Oh, you didn't ask me. I'm sorry.
I don't know if everybody has their cell phone in front of them, but can you take a moment and go to Brookline COVID-19.com for a second?
Well, I think we can post that. Why don't we try to post that?
Yeah, if we could post that. So, Devin, if you can scroll down and just show the latest charts that's listed.
Yeah, that's a good graph. I mean, that's what we need to.
So I show this because every week our charts are updated. And so, because I know we compare ourselves to a lot of different communities. So I took the opportunity, and then I would want some feedback from Select Board Raul. I took the opportunity to do a cursory look at other communities and what they were posting. We have more in-depth charts than any other community surrounding us. That includes Newton, Boston, Cambridge, etc. Most entities only have one chart. That chart right there that shows the demographics, that is all if you go to Boston Public Health Commission. That is it on their website. So I just want to keep that in mind because we show more in depth. And the understanding data, our cases hasn't moved. And over, before Monday, yesterday, we had 15 cases in 10 days. So, the only thing we really can do in that fact is just to, post the number. It really doesn't change the graph. Our graph and our reporting of demographics hasn't changed since March 11th. So, we can continue to update the figures, but the categorical demographic numbers hasn't changed in Brookline. But I would go one more step because I think I wouldn't be doing it justice. So, our staff has been focused firsthand on isolation and quarantine. And that has kept our numbers down beyond any other community. So say, for instance, when we look at proportionate per 100,000, we're right at 489 per 100,000 population. So in similar categories, and we have 340-something cases. Framingham, right now they have 1,347 cases. Newton has 675 cases. That's 735 per 100,000 population. Springfield has 1,889 cases. That's 1,193 per 100,000 population. And they have 150,000 population. Worcester has 3,549 cases. Boston has 1,662 per 100,000. So immediately what comes to mind when I think about Plymouth with 424 cases, Quincy has 970, and Revere has 1,403. Brookline Public Health has been focused in. We have 15 epidemiologists on ground. So we have a better handle on trends than probably any community around. And I will hold our staff and our nurses to that. That because we had such good responsive data in the beginning, we knew immediately when nursing homes had a spike because we did something that most other communities don't do. The health department tracked it. And we didn't just rely upon the state to do that. And we did that in the beginning and reported that out in the beginning. Because we began to get cases immediately, I knew when we probably need to make a decision about schools. Our cases are low because we put in policies to require face masks, not just by the store owners, because we begin to see hotspots from Trader Joe's, different places where we also knew that workers also started to get COVID. That was by our data collection. And we'll continue to do that with the amount of staff we have. We don't need the CTC, which is the collaborative through the state, because we have the best staff doing the contact tracing. And our numbers has been so low, it does us no good to post a new graph. That's why we post it once a week. But you know, Dr. Raul, I would love to bring you to my office just to show you the methodology that it takes to script the data from Maven, to put it in pie charts. Every time we do that, because the case IDs change, we have to actually pull the whole data set out and put it to a spreadsheet. Then I take it from that spreadsheet and put it SPSS. You get the fastest data. It's updated every day on Brookline COVID website, and I hope you subscribe to it. But we'll make sure you actually get if our numbers change. Our deaths haven't changed in 2 weeks.
I'm
stuck at 37.
Let's jump in and say I'm fine with things being updated for us weekly. If it's, I mean, you got to admit it hasn't been happening consistently. I mean, this is relatively new showing right now, and I saw it earlier today. I'm fine if we get it. If we get it weekly, and because the numbers are so low, it doesn't really change from day to day. I'm okay with that, as long as there's a commitment for every Friday at noon. We're going to show you the data, and we're going to post it publicly. I also don't necessarily need to get it, you know, a day before the public gets it either. It's public data. But I think what I'm urging is for us to get on a consistent schedule where we are able to know what you know. And I've been tuning in on Monday nights to the advisory board on public health, and I've been getting a good deal of information tuning into those meetings when they happen. But I'd like that's really all I'm asking for here, and I don't know that it's a thing that that we should need to fight for or fight about.
You don't need to fight for that, sir.
And that's great with me.
Yeah, you don't need to fight for it, sir. I would just say the graphs can't be updated because the data is so low. But in terms of when we have cases or deaths, that's updated every day at 4:30. You know, we can simply send you an email and provide you that. But just remember, we don't produce graphs because our data hasn't changed. So if we have a serious jump, like I always like going in and producing are we been in the curve? Because that actually shows you over time what's happening. But those typical increases, you won't see anything. Now, if we had a spike all of a sudden, then I would know that. But one of the measures that we need to pay attention to when we look at reopening, are you having a consistent decrease in cases over the last 7 days? Yes, we haven't had any spike, and we are going downward. And you know, I owe it all to the staff. You know, I was glad that we did the EOC assisted with the antibody testing went well. You know, we had 7% prevalence in Brookline, and we look forward to doing more testing. That's another aspect that we need in order to do the reopening. So, you know, we trying the best we can to provide the information we have at the time. But I will assure you, if there is a trend or a decision that needs to be made in order to protect the citizens of Brookline, you would be the first to know.
Right.
By the way,
I would say if we can get the charts updated too, it doesn't need to be the graphs, but I would like to see the data by race and age weekly as well.
And you can. If you notice from the beginning, it has not changed. Since we started it, if you go back to look at previous posted, our percentage and breakdown has not changed. It's still the same.
Yeah, that's fine. I'd still like to see it.
Yeah, no doubt.
That's fine. Yeah.
And Dr. Jett, let me, well, maybe really just speak for myself. I think that, people should know and be very proud of the fact that in Brookline, you and your staff have been doing an incredible job. And the proof of that is in the pudding, meaning, the numbers you reported earlier, cases per 100,000, comparing us to even Newton, right adjacent to us, as well as other communities. I mean, we are living in an area that is completely unique, even in the Massachusetts or the metropolitan Boston area, in terms of how we've gotten control over this virus to the extent that no other community has been able to do. So I think it's important for you to know that, but also important for the community to know that, this town has been doing an incredible job. We have to continue doing that because the risks are going to increase as this so-called reopening of business accelerates here in Massachusetts.
Well, I appreciate it. And I just want to say it was a collaborative effort, task force members and entire town, the EOC operations. So I would be remiss if I didn't say that.
Select Board Member Green, just something to add to the conversation is that, Dr. Jett's commitment to that contact tracing from day one extended also to our employees. If they came down with COVID or they were suspected of it, so that while they might have gotten cleared from their doctor as an individual, is that they were double checked by Dr. Jett to say, okay, was the whole family cleared, so that they weren't bringing that illness back to the workforce. And so that's an important part of how it's impacted our operations. From the human resource side on just the employee side as well, and that commitment to contact tracing from the beginning, whereas the state and the federal level are just getting into doing that now, is something that not everybody was doing from the get-go, and I think that has a significant impact as well. So I want to note that just from my side of the deck and what we do here.
Thank you, Anne. I appreciate that.
Any other thoughts, any ideas, any suggestions? I mean, I see that, I think that the trend chart is most important, and I see that, that's there. And that tells us a lot, and as it changes over time, over the next few weeks, it'll tell us, what we have to do and what dangers we may be about to face. So, any other discussion? Any questions? I mean, do you have any suggestions?
So,
Heather.
thank you. I would like to have a conversation about how the antibody testing went last week. And before we get into it, I do want to share some concerns about how communication went when we discovered that there were extra tests. And the reason I'm concerned is because I see this as part of the larger problem where I feel like the select board has not always been kept in the loop when decisions are being made. And we could have helped at least try to figure out what do we do if that were to be the case, instead of on the spot making those decisions. And by opening it up to first come, first serve in a spot where you need a car to drive, you're now preferring people who have access to a car and probably live in a single family house that are not necessarily the people who might have built up the antibodies for COVID. So I just want to hear about how it went last week, and then also echo that I had asked, I think, towards the beginning of all of this for daily, maybe weekly memos. I was picturing more of like a SWOT analysis so that we could understand some of the decision making that was going on and try to figure out how do we get communication out and how do we understand what's going on.
So thank you, Heather. So first and foremost, let me just be clear. You know, on the ground decisions, just like you in a fire, there's a fire going on, you have an incident commander. So that would be the fire chief, and they make on the ground decisions. And so at the testing site on Friday, there was inclement weather. I made a decision. At that time, we had randomized testing. So these are pre-selected people. In order for us to test 400 people, it had to be drive-through on. So when we do COVID testing later, it would be opened up to a broader base. But this was more of a test to understand the prevalence in Brookline. So in order to be effective with 400 people in that short time frame, logistically, it had to be drive-through on. So that one being said, two, at 1 o'clock, we decided to allow CERT and MRC because they help us anytime we do a Boston Marathon, etc. So we decided to make sure we got those through between 1 and 3. With inclement weather, we said, well, maybe we cannot get all the tests done. So how about we just post it on Facebook and try to get as many tests done? Because this is a one-shot deal from MGH. And MGH really want, number one, make sure their test was working effectively. Okay, so they could continue the mass production of it. But two, make sure we get the prevalence in Brookline. Now, and this was different than any other community because we ran a randomized trial. We also did a trial on first responders and public health, which was Thursday. And then we opened up to a broader community. And we did a total of, I think, about 691 tests. So that was kudos to how fast we pushed it through. We actually had to cut it off because we saw people were a half a mile backed up off of Lawrence Anderson. So the communication, we didn't expect as many people as we did, but we chose that method to alert everybody. And, you know, we didn't have a lot of time to make a lot of decisions because we were at the window with inclement weather. We wanted to get everybody tested as we could. So hopefully that answers some of your questions. So it was a last minute decision. I think it worked effective. We figured out also how fast we could do testing in the future, which would be walk-in. I've already made a request to the state for 5,000 additional tests. Don't know when we get it, but we're in initial stages of planning that. And that would be to help us while we begin the process of reopening.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
You know, I'll say too, just follow up on that. You know, I was able to go, and I saw Dr. Jett there. I saw Pat Maloney. I saw some of us. That was as good an operation as I've ever seen, in terms of how well it was run, but also just how welcoming everybody was, from our police officers, the health department, volunteers, and other staff. You know, my only thing, same thing is how do we do this in the future in a way that I'm wondering about how it impacts the results, because I saw last night you said about, on average, based on all the tests that were done, it's about 7% positive rate for the antibody tests. You know, I'm wondering if that wouldn't be higher if we included folks who don't have cars, who might be more likely to live in dense areas, be taking public transit to their jobs that they need to go to in person that they can't do remotely. And can you at least speak to that, like how, like whether you have any concerns about that impacting the results?
No, because we're right at the average that every other community has been seeing. So on one hand, you do have 7% of people that have been affected. On the other hand, it does raise a concern that our point prevalence is very low. So that means that we have to continue the public health measures of wearing a mask, you know, wearing gloves, wearing face coverings, because we have the potential for a lot more people to become affected over time. And so we're opening too fast or not using some of the social distancing measures could have grave impact. Would have been great to see 20%, but we just don't have that.
Okay, any further discussion?
I'll just say I'm satisfied by the conversation we had tonight. My intent certainly has never been to disparage any of our good, officials, from our town administrator to Dr. Jett and all the other folks that are working hard on this every day. So thank you for your work, and apologies for any sense of disparagement or anything like that. That's certainly just not been my intention. Just trying to get the information and do what we can. So folks out there know. The five of us are held responsible for everything that's done, and I'm happy to stand up and defend decisions as long as I know what the heck's going on, and so I think we've been closing that gap over the last probably month or so at this point, and so anything we could continue to do to keep the flow of information open would be great, because I think we've been doing as good, if not a better job than most of the communities out there, and the decisions that we've been making, people have been making days later after we have, which shows that we're ahead of the curve in terms of our response to this. I just want to make sure that we continue to stay that way as things really start to get a lot more fluid with the reopening that's happening, and folks, frankly, not from Brookline coming into our community in a way that they weren't before, and the possible exchange of people from Brookline going elsewhere and maybe bringing stuff back, people from outside of Brookline maybe bringing stuff into the community, and that we just have to be, I think, extra vigilant during this time, which feels like we're at the end of something, but I'm just concerned about some kind of resurgence or anything like that. So I'm just being extra vigilant. I'm also punchy at this hour, but anyway, thanks to you all for your great work. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions, or can we adjourn this meeting?
If I could just take 1 second, Mr. Chairman.
Sure.
I'd just like to thank the collaboration of all the departments for the antibody testing that went on last week. The EOC staff is made up of a bunch of folks from all around the departments, and it couldn't have came off as well as it did without the cooperation of almost every department in town, from the leadership at the public health department to the logistical operations that were set up and operated by the EOC staff, police department, DPW, recreation, parks. There really wasn't hardly anybody that wasn't involved in that operation, and they all did an outstanding job. And I want to make sure that they're acknowledged publicly from me as the emergency management director, and I know Dr. Jett gave a shout out earlier too, and I just want to make sure that we catch everybody that we can, and thank everybody for that hard work, and we'll continue to work cooperatively with Dr. Jett on his initiatives going forward, and for the benefit of the members of the community of Brookline.
We should always thank the people at the EOC. They're sort of invisible, but in doing incredibly important things, but no one really knows about them. So it's good to bring their work to the attention of the public. Any other questions, comments? Is there anything else on the agenda? I don't think so. Unless anyone has something else to say, I'd like to adjourn this meeting. Don't move.
Have a good night.
You too. Bye now.